or evening, however it may be.
Pretty good.
Pretty rad.
It's great.
BrigadeCon is something. So welcome everybody to Chronicles of Anoren, a game of this crazy game called GURPS. The only GURPS game of the convention called BrigadeCon, and this is the first edition of BrigadeCon, and I welcome you to this game. This game is actually the sequel to another game that I did on my channel, but don't worry, you don't have to know anything about the other story. So it's just a continuation of a story thread among other things. So we could start by ask our players to describe their character and present themselves for this 3 or 3.5 or 4-hour games of intense intrigue and epic fantasy. So let's start with maybe Brandon.
All right, cool. Well, my name is Brandon. I have been playing RPGs for maybe about a year now. Just sort of new to the whole thing, but very experienced, reading up on a lot of articles and a fan of No Inquisitor's channel. So when I found out about the game, I just decided maybe just jump in. I haven't played GURPS before, but I figured I'd try it, and all I really need is dice, so got that, and my character sheet. I am playing Mira. She is a wild mage who is one of the desert peoples. She is fairly competent in the desert and has various types of elemental magics at her disposal.
All right. Chepe, I think you're muted.
That was intentional. I was trying to make sure that my movements weren't interrupting people. I'm Chepe. I am on a rather recent channel for about a month now, and I am playing a character called Izado. I think that's pronunciation.
That's correct.
Izado is a winged woman who was a part of a religious order called the Calming Wind. Well, actually, that's not the name of the religious order, but she was part of a religious order, and long story short, while her village was being attacked, and during an act of self-defense, she accidentally killed someone and was kicked out of it as a result. And so she is looking for redemption.
Yes. Quite a tragic story.
A
Jason?
winged angel of death.
Yes! Maybe other Tim would like to...
Sure.
Yeah.
I am playing, actually it's kind of a bucket list character. I've always wanted to play a lizard man. I've never had the opportunity. I'm playing,
Lizard Man.
yeah, it's cool. I'm playing Aghim, who is a powerful Voron, or lizard man. He was a gladiator and ex-slave. He was raised inside the gladiatorial arena, which is where he learned how to fight, and he learned how to please the crowd, although racial shyness. Aghim lately gained his freedom by way of the law, so he's become just kind of a traveling adventurer. And he also has a camel, which was a gift. So he's been traveling the wastelands and the world with his camel, trying to find adventure and fortune on his own.
Excellent. And Jason?
Oh, hi. I'm Jason, and my channel is Mr. Mephisto's Geek Manifesto, and I will be playing Sadithi, and she is a Tinder, which is like humanoid cat people, and she kind of specializes in acrobatics, and she's also a fortune teller / seer.
Excellent. So let's dive in with a little situation. You're all working for this man, Merrick, who is, by what you heard, an ex-monk. He's the fighting. He's a man at arms. He's a fighter type. And this guy hired you one after the other in different situations, in different contexts. And each of us, when he talked about what he saw in the desert, violet light in the sky, announcing a terrible tragedy, and all those people, all those innocent people, dead, all this caravan, a bloody massacre right in the desert. And he talked about how he saved the current queen of Anoren, that he knows her. There must be some mistake sometime in his claim about so many grandiose things. Surely not everything he said to you must be true. That's not possible. But he was looking for people. He was looking for people to go on the ultimate mission, to find the one responsible for this massacre, and to make him pay or make him stop. And it just happened that this person is called the Grey Wanderer. From what you have gathered, this Grey Wanderer would be a man, probably a Minari, a desert people, of great power. And since Merrick promised you something like 1,000 silver pieces just for doing it, ready to give you camels and arms and weapons and armor to equip yourself, he was ready to give anything, and you could see passion in his eyes. Not only this is important for him, this mission, but it seems to be important for the whole nation as a whole. So you, each and every one of you, had this encounter with him, this discussion. I would like to ask you, Jason, or rather Hefmira, could you tell us in what context did you met Merrick the Stoneman?
Well, I would say that I would think that if he was looking around the area in general, that he would encounter my tribe somewhere along the line, and I would probably have stepped up and volunteered myself at first to help him in his cause, mostly out of my own curiosity more than anything else, more so than money or personal gain. But I'm just interested in finding out about this man as well, because seeing as he is a powerful sort of worker of power, it seems interesting to me that he has been sort of able to hide and do all these things, and I am also of that same sort of way of thinking, I assume. So I'm interested in learning more about him from that perspective.
Excellent. So probably your whole tribe was scared to death to just even imagine this mission. And not just, if it was only to fight this Grey Wanderer guy, it would be okay. You desert people are proud and fierce. But the mention of the hills of the Immortals, where so many did travel to and never come back, this inhospitable land like no others in Anoren. Isador, Could you tell us how did you met Merrick, and why this mission is important to you?
Well, I've been selling myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I've I've been selling myself, searching for any opportunity I got to help out a person in need, helping out lost children and wandering tribes that had fallen prey to a disaster or a local ravage. And Merrick heard of my endeavors and heard that someone has been actively seeking out, yelling at the top of their lungs in every village that they've met, for a cry of help, for anything to avenge the blood of the innocent. And hearing that, he contacted me. I wasn't exactly what he expected, and he wasn't exactly what I expected, but with so many slaughtered, I couldn't resist.
Excellent. Saditi, since you're asleep half of the time,
Yes.
since you're sleeping most of your days,
It's
like
just
the
most
cat,
cool.
like
Yes.
the cat you are. How
Yes,
did you
indeed.
met Merrick?
I was sitting on a street corner, and he approached me, said he needed to find the way to certain lodgings, and I said, "You have more important matters." They took his hand, and I felt it, and I felt the muscles and the strength, and a vision came upon me, and I said, "This is a man that I must follow, because he has a great destiny." And he agreed to take me on for the promised price, and that is how I came to be in his employ.
Excellent. And Hagim.
Well, after Hagim escaped the pit as a slave, he was hiding out amongst the rocks because he's naturally shy. He was staying away from people. He was kind of exiling himself. Then someone from the caravan that Merrick was attached to wandered off into the wasteland, and they had been stung by some scorpions. And they were sick, and they were about to die out in the wastelands. And he found this person, and against his nature, he approached this person, and he took them back to Merrick, and where he found him on the road. And he was so gracious, he was so glad that Akeem brought this person back to him that he gifted him with this camel. And this kindness is something that Akeem is not familiar with. He's not used to being repaid for doing things, so he just developed an emotional bond to this person who is treating him with kindness, and he's been following him around, and his causes are his Merrick's causes are his causes, so whatever he's trying to achieve, he's attached himself to as well.
Excellent. So, in fact, you're so right about the character of Merrick. He's not only he was friendly to you, but I could add that he told you about a Voran like you, who is now master of the coin of the queen, thanks to their work. And it is possible for your kind to be accepted by society by doing great deeds, by doing extraordinary things.
And this really drew him to him, because this was something that he never thought would be possible for his life as a slave.
Excellent. So I'm going to read a little something for you now that will set the mood, I hope, for what's next. So, after several days of riding through a vast, white and salty desert, you are finally here. What many consider to be the heart of the Stone Kingdom, and it doesn't disappoint. The air is drier than the face of an old woman, and it is hotter than a stove. 2 or 3 miles ahead, you can see the hills of the Immortals, huge, rocky, and dusty mountains, forming what you came to know as a labyrinth of canyons and cracks and cave. In the distance, you see a large, very large opening, a crack of several hundred yards in height, of what seems to be the entrance of a narrow canyon. It looks like if lightning had traced a path into the rock, into the mountain, and fractured it, allowing you to pass through. This particular region is known as the Prophet's Pass. This is what you were looking for as an entrance to the hills of the Immortal and as an alternative to climbing hundreds and hundreds of yards of sheer rock with your hands. Right next to the entrance, to your right, you can see in the horizon what is like a giant stone foot, 50 yards up at least, which seems to be the remnants of a larger statue that is no more. As you ride with your companion on camel's back or horseback, with your friend flying above you, lazily letting herself go in the wind, in 15 or 20 minutes you'll be there. Is there anything you would like to do before arriving? Anything like a prayer or something?
I would definitely be whispering to myself, as I often do, the recollections of life over and over and over again for comfort, trying to calm myself down and pray that there won't be any fire involved.
Yeah, I think I would be doing the same. I would just be praying to myself as I enter, some sort of psalm about entering through the valley of darkness or whatnot, whatever the equivalent would be. Just sort of preparing myself mentally for this journey.
Could Hefmira roll me 3 dice, please?
Sure. Alright, that is a 12.
12. So for you, it's one of those lucky days. The night before you rode into the desert with your friend, you of course slept and you had a nice sleep. So you're not tortured by nightmares, or you don't carry with you the fatigue of such event when it's happening.
Yeah, I'm just sort of breathing a heavy sigh and looking around, like the ground, watching the ground, or like looking around for anything that might be lying around on the ground, things like that. Because I always just search for stray things.
All right. So anything would like to do something special?
Akeem, I am just riding along on my camel, intently looking where Merrick is going, just keeping my eye peeled on the crag. Every now and then I lean forward and I whisper a thank you into the camel's ear for carrying me. Other than that, I'm just enjoying the heat of the sun.
Oh, that's so sweet. Caring for your camel.
I'm going to kind of ride over. I want to get a look at that statue that's kind of, the broken off.
That enormous statue seems to stand maybe 100 yards from the crack. So in 15 minutes you will actually be able to touch the statue, but you can see it 2 miles away, so it must be enormous.
Gotcha.
So if nobody has anything to do, let's continue. 10 minutes passes as you continue your approach, and the more you're closing in on the actual canyon or the hills, as we will call them, they seems to be more and more massive than you would have thought, and 10 minutes makes it a very huge difference. So you're nearly a couple of 100 yards from the actual entrance, and you can now you have to look into the sky nearly vertically to see the top of the mountains, and they are quite inhospitable. At this point, you are in the desert for about 1 week, and since it's the beginning of the real search for the Great Wanderer, you are just picturing in your mind some poor adventurer trying to climb this hills, these mountains, and you can easily imagine people falling to their death as a rock loosen up and crack. And you can see a slight trace of smoke drifting lazily into the air. And under the smoke, you can see a camp with dozens of tents of a round shape, a knife's sphere. And you can clearly see now a group of people that have set camp next to the entrance, but on the left. And as you ride towards the entrance, in about 5 minutes maybe, these people will be able to see you. What do you want to do now?
I'm thinking, would I know about any other tribes in the area besides my own? Like, have we communicated with other peoples? Sort of thing, no.
Could you roll area knowledge? You have a central Anoren desert as a specialization.
All right. Cool. I can do that.
Roll against that.
Ooh. Okay, that's 13 exactly. So that's on the nose.
So your gut instinct tells you that those peoples are Minari like yourself. Maybe not the same tribe, but you share a common culture.
Right.
And I would add that these tents, which are like domes, are typical tent for your tribes. Okay. They are really an invention of your people.
So, would that mean that Izaldo would also recognize them as Minari just because she's flying a bit? Would she be able to see them and at least gain a glimpse of what kind of race it would be?
Yeah, in fact, you have like the most accurate vision of all.
Mm-hmm.
So could you roll me? You have a 15 in perception. But you have to add your acute vision on that, so you have 18 on your score of vision. It's like insanely good vision.
I got a 13, which is under.
13. Okay, so you are at 5 under.
Mm-hmm.
You can actually see people, and you can count. You can start counting the heads of people. You see. They are clearly human in the way they are moving and the way they are just walking in the camp. And you stop counting about after maybe 30 people. So it's like a fairly small tribe, but as an encounter in the desert, this is like a fairly sized group.
I'm sort of wide-eyed looking at all these people, the way they live, their tents, because it's something completely foreign to me. I've never experienced this, and seeing this many people together at the same time, and they're not trying to kill each other. So I'm really just taking this in.
Yeah, even I'm a bit like taken aback because my tribe is much smaller than this. I only have maybe a handful of people in my own tribe, so it's surprising even to me.
All right. You continue to stride, to casually stride on your camel's back, or flying into the air. And sure, of course, you can now see signs of activity, signs of people taking notice about you, and people just carefully watching you guys coming about.
Not wanting to cause alarm, also I'm a little weary of the smoke. Isaldo kind of drifts down a little bit and asks Akeem if to make use of the camel as well.
What was he wanting to do?
Is I've
He wants to ride on the camel too?
Yes. That would be most helpful, she says, rather very, very silently. She doesn't talk much, and this is probably like one of 3 times she's talked to you this entire time.
Akeem looks down at you, and his nictitating midbrains close over his eyes, and he cocks his head slightly. He goes, he reaches down with his hand and pulls you up on his camel.
Kind of slight flap of the wings, and you hear a hiss of my arm because you notice that my arms are burned pretty severely, and I start grasping in pain a little bit and start whispering prayers to myself while I'm riding back.
I'm taken aback by that. I'm looking at your arms and looked up at you. And finally, you see me. I lean forward and I whisper into my camel's ear. You don't hear what I'm saying, right? I just whisper.
I must do a camel impression.
How close are these people from us now that we're getting a little bit closer?
I would say not more than 100 yards or so.
All right.
So they are like a few seconds of dashing.
So as we get closer and the smoke from their campfires wafts through, Sadithi is like sniffing. Merrick, that is the slag beast stew. It is delicious. I must go have a taste. And she just belts and she just rides off.
You can see Merrick on his camel, and he doesn't acknowledge you. He seems in another world. He sees the canyon and he fixed the rocks and the entrance, and you can nearly imagine what's going on in his mind, and you can see that this man is ready to die for this.
I'm sort of startled by this when he sees him ride off, and he goes. He rides up next to Merrick. Merrick! And he points in the direction where he rides off towards the camp.
Well, what is it, my friend Hakim? What did you saw?
He's riding toward the camp. He's left our midst.
I think a little rest before entering the hills of the immortals would be a good idea, I think.
And I just sort of chime in. Oh, they're probably no harm. Just another tribe.
Will they take offense to us?
Surely not. I can communicate with them. Surely.
Efmira and could you go with Saditi and try to look if we are welcome in these parts?
Of course. And I just sort of nod and I ride off ahead.
Just wait here, Hagim, and I'll come fetch you if everything is okay.
Hey, God.
So we turn his camel and they leave you with Izado on your camel. Of course, Voran, such as yourself, and just to remind myself, you're a big fella.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like
You're
380 pounds.
Yeah, you're 6'5", 380 pounds. You're a beast. So
I'm a walking crocodile.
so probably that you and Merrick have done this a countless of time. You know, leaving you behind and just make sure that people are not offended by such a huge monster. Just in case.
Wait, just to clarify something, you're still whispering to your camel, right?
Oh, I just whispered once I pulled you up on top. I just leaned over and whispered something in his ear.
Okay, I was wondering if you were still whispering with your camel, because I thought that would be hilarious if this 300-pound lizard man whispering to his camel while a winged, like this brittle little winged woman in the back is whispering prayers to herself at the same time. It was just whispering.
That's a cool imagery right there. There's some drama untold. Just that's a cool one. So, Saditi, you're of course the first to arrive, since your nostrils are filled with promises of food
Delicious.
and
Yes.
deliciousness,
I
and
must
followed by
find it.
Efmina and Merrick.
So you said these are Minari?
Yeah,
Okay. But refresh my memory. They're just like human looking, or?
yeah, they are human looking. They are tanned skin, dark hair. They are most of the time they are athletic people. They're not like those urban type character. They're more slender and muscular, just because of the harsh life of the desert. And they are wearing these robes and these special hat that I forget how they called. But the point is, yeah, they look like humans to you.
Okay.
With all
So
with all that is entailing, such as you are closing in on them, and you can see some guys having a casual hand towards their thigh, next to their blades, and just looking at you. And some are actually friendly, and they raise their hand like this in signs of welcoming. But you can see that half of them are very careful about your presence.
So Sadithi waves back as cheerfully as possible, and she just jumps off her camel and just heads on into their camp. And she's like, you know, examining things and like, oh, this is very nice fabric that you have here. I like this. And oh, that's a very, very good necklace. I've seen one like that before. Yes. In fact, I have something you might be interested in. I got it back 3 miles ago. I found it in the desert.
Okay, Efmira, you see your companion doing all these things, and she's very curious. She's going about the stuff of people, and the Minari people are generally open-minded, and they share a lot of things with a lot of people. It's a community type of culture, but for a stranger just entering the village like that, you could see why maybe it's not the best idea right now. So maybe you could roll. Yeah, let's make you roll IQ.
Okay.
Your intelligence
You.
score.
All right, got it here. Okay. That's, oh, I went over by, let's see, that's 12, 13. So I went over, I got 15. So I went
15?
over by 2.
So Saditi is going about stuff,
If it helps, I'm
random stuff.
as well. So I probably wouldn't mind as much.
Yeah, you can see that it's a preamble, it's an introduction, because she's aiming for that food stand over there. She's aiming for that food preparation area, and you have the impression that she's faking curiosity just to go toward the stew pot.
Mm.
And you see nothing wrong with this.
No,
Of course.
nothing.
So I'm gonna roll a little bit something here. Just one moment. Alright, and okay. So Saditi, you are browsing through an old man's personal effect or personal things, and the old man look at you, and suddenly he starts to smile and say, "Ah, you little one, you're full of energy. You are
Yes.
seeing something you like, my poor man's affairs."
Yes, I like this comb that you have. It's very fine ivory, and I've only seen 2 of these before. Where did you get it?
It was my mother's. She obtained it from a man who said he was coming from a faraway land. A land called Nakaroth. And this type of ivory is like the tooth of a giant sea creature. It's very rare, very rare.
Oh, yes. That's excellent. I did not know that it came from the sea creature, but I don't know how much you want for something like this, but perhaps you would be interested in trade.
Of course. I use it to mainly scratch my beard and to trim it a little bit, but I have no use of it since I have almost no hair.
Yes, you are going quite bald, but I wonder, is it not the precious artifact from your dear mother? I cannot ask for this. This was a mistake. I will go on my way now.
All right, little one, if you change your mind, I could do a special price for you.
No, you keep it.
Very well, very well. So he looks at you as you continue your journey of exploration and very tactile exploration of stuff. And he just smiled at you. You didn't bother him for one bit. He find you amusing and charming.
Good. So I'm going to continue on my way towards the stew.
All right. Agim.
Yes.
In the distance, you and Hizado are on your camel's back, and a few minutes have passed, and from the outer portion of the camp, your friends are inside the camp, but in the exterior, they cannot see what's going on because tents are blocking their view. You can see three guys coming their way a little bit rapidly, and they seems to have their hand on their the handle of their sword or cutlass or something like that, and you're not sure if these guys will try to jump them or just try to surprise them, or they are walking very fast and they're using the tents to block their arrival.
Towards Merrick?
Yeah, Merrick and maybe
Oh.
not Saditi, since she's already intertwined and browsing through, but Merrick and Hefmira.
Yes, I'm sort of outside, but I'm still kind of close to the camp.
Yeah.
Okay, I direct my camel towards in that direction. I let out a loud hiss towards in Merrick's direction to try to get his attention. But I'm not going to charge toward the camp.
Okay.
But I'm going to start riding in that direction.
In full speed, half speed, a little.
I'm still trying to observe what they're doing. If they're looking like they're going to do attack or what. But I'm just kind of coming at kind of like half speed. But I'm not charging into camp.
Okay.
And just hissing towards Merrick.
Can I hear these approach, or? 'Cause I'm not really looking, but would I hear?
Perception.
All right. Let me see where my perception is. I'll just roll it. Okay, that is 7 plus 4 is 11. My perception is 13. So
Oh, you have a good perception. So you're hearing the hiss that Hagim made very far away, but you can see them coming your way at half speed. Carefully, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
When if I see someone look my direction, I point towards the men.
It's funny because I'm sort of gullible, so I'm just going to wave to them. Hello.
I just start pointing ferociously towards the men.
Yes, I see them. I yell over.
Good. Yeah. Okay, we have a situation where we could use some skill here. I can see. I'm just gonna see if Agim has it. Of course he don't, because he's a fighting machine. So you will roll a gesture roll to see if you can make this poor little girl understand you by gesturing at her.
Okay.
So you're gonna roll a IQ -4.
IQ -4.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
my
it's a
IQ
skill,
is 9.
gesture, and since you don't have it, you're gonna roll a default.
I rolled 13, so -4, that's 9.
Oh, and you have 9 IQ. Okay, so you're pointing furiously at the man, and she don't get it one bit.
She thinks I'm waving.
I mean, she could not do worse than that. She's just smiling at you and waving.
Is the winged
Godly.
who is on my back on my camel with me?
Izado.
Izado she has wings, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Izado, can you fly? Point. I don't want to offend them by entering their camp.
Izado lowers her hood a little, kind of breathes very well, and takes flight at about I guess 3/4, quarter speed for her.
Yep.
Okay. Fairly low to the ground as she can, because she has to hop off a camel in order to take flight.
What we know about your flight is, as soon as you take off, you gain momentum, and you can easily gain twice your normal speed when you're on the ground. So it's quite amazing and impressive when you do that. So even with the speed of the camel, you just open your wings and you catch air, and boom, you take off like if you were made of feathers or something. Yes. Actually, you have feathers, but
I know, it's weird.
You up like super rapidly, and you catch the wind.
Cool. I'm gonna try diving down. Try to sweep like a low hover over the ground so I can try to soft land as close as I can to our group. Can I try to be as stealthy as I can because the other 3 men are distracted? So I'd like to try to hover kind of low to the ground as I can to try to do a stealth.
No, he's wait before doing a stealth.
Do a flight roll.
Okay. So you open your wings and start to fly, and you pass the camel easily. Now they are at your back, and just you opening your wingspan full spread, you have seen one of the guys, one of the 3 Minari, slow down his pace because he saw like a big bird in his high sight. He saw like a huge bird opening his wings suddenly. So he didn't stop at all, but he slowed down, and you can see his lips moving. And the other 2 guys stop, and all 3 turn around to see you. You can see in their face an expression of surprise.
Will they recognize me as a priestess? As a Serban?
It happens very quickly, so they're just shocked to see a big riding lizard with a wing woman above it. So they totally froze them up, and they stopped what they were doing.
I'm heading toward Ifmira, because I figured she would be outside the camp, and since that's where...
And she's still waving a little bit at you guys. She's super happy to see you.
Hello. Can I see?
So you're now just in front of these 3 guys, and they look to you like hunters or something like that. They are equipped with cutlass and knives, but they didn't draw them. They are in front of you, and they are like, who are you? So stop! and one is going like that with his 2 hands, and he lifts his head. So stop! Stop!
Man, I kind of hover down, if that's all right, and just kind of do a slightly brazen display, just kind of flap my wings up a little bit poutily, and then kind of drift down to the ground a bit in front of them. I just do like a half bow and cover my hood a little bit more, kind of just casting a shade over my eyes, and I said, just merely a traveling doctor. I was wondering if you had any need of help in this village.
Yes, of course. Did you are you with those inside the camp?
Loosely, I'm merely here to pay my respect and do my religious duty and help those who are hurting anywhere around this desert.
It's all right. It's fine. You can enter the camp. And then this guy looked at Agim, who just finished to catch you up. And you can suddenly see in his eyes excitement, and you can see smile, and suddenly the guy loses shit. Oh my God! I saw you! I saw you in the arena!
When he says that, I just I turn my head away and bring my shoulder from it, like I'm trying to hide from him. But
Oh
I'm like a
my-
giant lizard on a camel, so it's like I really can't hide.
By the prophets, you're the greatest warrior I've ever seen!
At this point, I'm just sort of trying to ride to catch up with them.
Still waving?
And
Yeah.
now and now, if a concept like an autograph would exist, these three guys are approaching you again, and they are like, "Oh my God!" and they try to shake your hand, and they try to touch you, and "Oh my God, you're the greatest one!"
As they start approaching,
You win so many silvers. I bet on you, and you won, and I was rich for one night. It was fantastic. And the other guy said, "Oh my God, my wife was nearly in love with you. The way you dispatched those stone men with just 1 feet, it was incredible."
as they start approaching, I get off the camel. It's like I'm staying on the other side of the camel at first, kind of like I'm still trying to hide myself. But as they approach, I come around with my head still bowed slightly, and thank you. I did not want to enter your camp without invitation.
Oh, you're more than welcome, my friend.
I bow my head lowly and hold my hands out.
Don't be shy. Come on in. You must be hungry or tired.
I grab the reins of Harad, my camel, and start walking into camp.
And you enter the camp like a prince. You're with these guys, and they are cheering at you, and they're trying to cry your name. Hey, Rakim! Hey, look at what we have here! It's the great Rakim! Look at him! Look! And you start a little commotion in the camp as the fighter of the camp. All know your name, and you can see some face like, "Ah, man, I bet against these guys. But I know you're very good." And
As much as a lizard man
can. You're surrounded by these men at arms that are respecting you.
As much as a lizard man can, he looks embarrassed. You know, he can't blush, but he's like cowing his head slightly and not trying to not draw too much attention to himself.
Oh yeah, it's like one of those situations where your shyness is not helping at all.
Yeah.
These guys are cheering and they just want to talk to you and talk weapon techniques or they will harass you as long as you stay in this camp. These guys are fans.
Well, I talk to them about whatever they want to, just try to oblige them.
And you can thank for that a really good role on the reaction. So, sometimes you just happen to have fans.
You never know.
I did not know you were so famous.
So you guys are now in the camp, and it's pretty obvious now that you will have a rest in the camp, at least a couple of hours, just to maybe have food, to recollect your strength, and maybe rest your camels and do other stuff. And yeah. So what do you want to do now?
I'd probably be talking with the people in the camp because I have a fairly strong reputation with Minari people as a seer or a magic user of sorts.
Yes, you are very known, and your companion may not know this, but you are so known. You are known in all Anoren by all Minari people because they tell the stories of what you have done, and they have stories about your ability and your powers. So
I might not have mentioned that exactly to them.
as soon as you mention your name, you can see people bowing and presenting their respect to the great sorceress of the desert.
I'm basically trying to see if they've seen anything strange or out of the ordinary here.
You have one mother who comes with her boy, and she wants you to bless the child.
Oh, I just sort of nod and I say, well, I'll see if I can.
I could bless you, yeah, right, I could.
I would at least put on a show. I don't think that I have any kind of blessing that I could bestow, but I would at least, if it makes them feel better, I would put on a show of it. You know.
Yeah. What do you do exactly?
I bless you. Like I would like touch his head, and I bless you, and then I would mumble some, and like, and nothing would really like, because usually if I am casting something, it's a very pronounced thing, like it's very flashy.
Yeah.
So the fact that nothing is happening would be sort of telling if you knew my actual ability, but I'm just sort of touching his head and mumbling something, making it seem like I'm doing something at least.
After a few minutes of talking to these people, you feel like you're at home with these Minari, because they are basically the same type of people that your tribe are. They're exactly the same. So you're now sharing food with them and water, and they will openly trade stuff with you, asking no money. And yeah, basically you're at home. Izado, would you like to do something special?
Yes, when the party first came in and, ransacked our our good lizard man into the celebrity life, I was kind of left behind, so I just kind of slowly trailed in. And while I was in there, would I have a good enough knowledge of history to kind of get some insight as to what I would be looking for previous events that were associated with the Grey Wanderer?
I mean, yeah, you're a pretty knowledgeable
because I know I'm
person.
Pretty knowledgeable in history and all around.
You would like to roll on history, maybe?
Yes, history Anoren. We'll try. We'll see.
Okay, roll that.
I failed by 2.
Okay, so at the moment you're trying to recollect everything Merrick have gathered about the Grey Wanderer, and as soon as you start thinking about the Grey Wanderer, you don't know why you start to think about the Severian dynasty and the whole history of old kings and the ages of kings, and you start to really go deep instead of trying maybe to have to piece recent information together. You don't know why your spirit go towards the past, and you're just filled with stories of the past.
Is there any chance I need to clear my head, obviously, and I need to do something useful. I go and ask around if there is any sick in the village.
Of course, there is always some bruises and some broken fingers, and yes, of course.
I would like to apply to first aid to any I can, and then just talk to them about what's been going on, anything they've seen in the area.
There is a one old guy that you could go to care of his injuries. Maybe he got two finger broken, so you start to treat his his fingers, and he just opens up to you and says, "Oh, you're so kind. Thank you for doing this. I feel like an old man. I cannot help my tries if I cannot have my hand. Would you like to share a tea with me afterwards, maybe?
Sure. And she she looks up a bit from her hoodie and she's like tries to look him in the eye out of respect. Can barely do it, and she's like, "Yes, of course. I would love to."
You seem very, very at peace as a person. Would you be, for example, a follower of the recollection of life?
I'm I used to be a Saban.
Oh, well, what happened if it's not indiscreet?
Long story short, I had to defend myself in a situation, and I took a life. I was, of course, banished.
I see. Well,
And she looks a
after
little
you,
bit sadder.
yeah, you basically have some kind of piece of textile or clothing around his fingers to set them straight, and they will have to heal naturally. But after that, the guy asks his wife to make some tea, and you find yourself speaking with this man and just having a tea, and you can sense the same calmness of mind in this man. You are one of those person. If the desert throws you a sandstorm, you stay calm inside, and if life throws at you, I don't know, a raging desert golem, you will have this same calmness in your mind, and this old man seems to have it too. You seem very detached from, and now you start to have this very interesting conversation with him about your ways. And he goes like this. So, you had to defend yourself. I'm pretty sure it was not your fault. I'm pretty sure it was just bad luck.
She looks down. Is there a fire around? Depending, is it a hut
A
with
small one.
small one?
Small one. Yeah.
She she kind of glances away a bit from the fire, kind of lightly touches her arm a bit, concealing it as much as possible, making sure that the burns aren't visible. She's like, well, some things, regardless of chance, are unforgivable.
You are probably more educated than me. Probably more educated and probably more wise than me. But it seems to me that maybe the person who cast you out did it for a reason to teach you a lesson. And I don't know about your whole story, and now he places a hand on your shoulder and says, maybe you should try to start to forgive yourself.
She sulks up a bit and then changes the conversation as quickly as she can about what's going on, about their search for this guy, Grey Wanderer, and just asks very politely in a very calm and very...
Oh, you are looking for a bad, very bad man.
Please, if you have any information, innocents have been extinguished, and I would rather that not happen again.
There is a talks about bad men going into the hills of the immortals and sometime getting out of it lately. These are the spoken stories that we heard these days. Would your Grey Wanderer would be one of them, by any chance?
That seems rather likely. She she asks kind of very abruptly because she just remembered in her mind that it might be kind of important. Do you know anything about the Hills of the Immortals? Is there any tips you can give me about navigation? Since I can fly, maybe I could be of help to my
I will
comrades.
ask one of Ralu is one of our leaders, and he is more equipped than me to guide you with navigation and indication. His men know the hills better than other.
Okay.
And he points. He described the man to you. His name is Ralu, and he points a tent, and he says you can find him in this tent. Our tribe has 3 leaders, and he is one of them, the most wise of them. He is also the oldest.
She goes to see him, and being more cautious and having traveled so much, she kind of peeks into the tent and tries to give a son hello, greetings.
I would probably follow him as well, or follow her, just because I notice her walking around as well.
You just
Whatnot.
just kind of with my hood under. You're
Yeah.
just like, where is she going?
Because
I would
I
ask
heard the same thing, because I'm just talking around with people as well.
I just kind of look at what is your character's name again?
Efmira.
I just look at Efmir and remind you, like, she's probably not said barely a word to you. She's like, could you do the talking by any chance?
These are my people. I'm sure they would not mind speaking to me.
So, Jason, could you roll me? Oh, I don't know. Will for Saditi.
Sure. Let's do this.
You can do it. Come on, you have 10.
I actually got 10. I didn't want to make that roll, but I did, unfortunately.
Okay, you see your two female companion going into the camp. They look pretty busy, and they have this mission on their face, like we're going to do something important.
Mm-hmm.
But your belly's so full of that stew, and
Oh,
your
yes.
eyes just want to close, and you feel so sleepy. You feel
Okay.
like you're going to give up to it.
So I follow them, and like they don't see me, but I like right as they're getting near his tent, I kind of just elbow my way around them and like go in and like just curl up on the ground and just I'm out in like 10 seconds. And you hear me like snoring.
All right, the sun is going a little down on the horizon. It's not night yet, but you know it starts to look like you're going to have a night maybe in this camp, and it would be fitting since it's been a week since you left Najan, the nearest city. So it's a welcome rest. And Agim, you are surrounded by these guys and around the fire. And at this point, I would say that your shyness is temporarily omitted from your character sheet because you were forced by them to interact, and you're at this point that you are very warmed up, and you're able to talk to them like never you did before, and you sense this sense of family, this sense of community, and you're eating the same food as them, and it reminds you a sadder time in your life when you were in the arena with other gladiator. But now you know that nobody will die because of that.
So I'm sitting. They notice every time the shadows move, I'm inching away, so I'm staying in the sun as the sun moves along. But I've all of a sudden become very animated for anyone who's watching me, and I'll just like use one of the people who's there, and I'll just like start describing some battle that I had in the arena.
Oh my God!
In this,
You really did that!
This is what I did, and then so I'll pick him up and I'll grab him by the leg, or I'll just simulate like I'm striking him in the head and doing all these things. I just all of a sudden opened up and I'm just really animated. I was approached by three of these warriors, and I gouged their throat.
Oh my God! It's so fantastic! I would like to be able to do that, Mister. Oh. You're such a great warrior.
See me roll on the ground. It's like I get into the dirt. It's like I'm mocking, like I'm bowling them over, tripping them, and doing all these things.
Man, they are tripping. They are so much fans of yours, and at this point, you're a friend.
Something that I haven't experienced a whole lot outside of Merrick, so I'm just really soaking it up.
You can see Merrick. Two tents away, who is just alone by himself, and he's watching you, and you can see a smile on Merrick's face, something very rare these days. And he look at you, and he's very like happy.
I smile back at him, and I just continue to indulge the group.
Yeah, and he leave you at that. He just turn around and leave you with your friends, and it's all right. One night like that before the mission, it's perfectly all right.
At first, I had like a little twinge of conscience, because I think I'm abandoning my friend. He's over there by himself, and I'm here with all these strangers. But then when I see him smile, I realize it's okay, and I go back to him.
Excellent. So the three girls enters the tent. And there seems to be a little family in the tent, preparing themselves for the night. And Saditi just entered the tent carelessly and curled up in a corner and started to sleep on some pile of clothes. And she just mushes her face in the clothes, and you can see she nearly starts to snore already. There is an old man at the back of the tent who starts to laugh when he sees that. Oh, you see that? It's like a... Oh my God! It's funny. Is she your friend?
Yes.
Oh, she's very, very funny. You must have a ride for days and days. She looked.
At least a week, I think.
So, exactly what are the individual activities of the people in the family?
The old man is playing a game. There is a board, a wooden board in front of him with white and black rocks. It resembles the game of Go, but with a little twist. The board is not exactly the same. And the women in the tent are like repairing clothing, and they are chit-chatting about everything. So it's really like a casual ambience. There is no kid, just grown-ups, and the youngest among them must have 40 years old. So it's really like an old people tent, very quiet. And as you burst into the tent, they don't move. They just look at you.
Yeah, this happens all
wise
the time.
old man.
They just love the young people.
Those crazy youngsters breaking into people's tents.
The old man pushes a black rock on the board, sending his opponent in a stance like this. And the old man did it casually, and he looked at you, Izado and Ephemera, and he says, "What can I do for you, gentlewoman adventurer?"
And I speak up. I say, "Sir, we are looking for a man hiding in the mountains. A terrible man who has done terrible things. We think that maybe he is hiding somewhere in the hills of the Immortals, and we were wondering if you could help us with any information you have about this place, so that we could find him easier. It is of
You are
great
going
importance."
to the hills of the Immortals. This is a dangerous place, you know that.
I nod.
But I can see confidence in your eyes. I can see confidence in her eyes too, and more than yours. And your friend, there, I can only see her butt. If you, by any accident, would be looking for a man named Grey Wanderer.
I look around, and I nod again.
So you are looking basically for a dangerous man in one of the most dangerous places in Anoren. Is that correct?
Life is nothing without a little danger.
Oh,
Eh?
and with great danger, a life is nothing at all.
Izado just is kind of taken back by the old man, by how she was expecting someone much calmer and less gung-ho about things. She just, you just see her kind of staring, almost in wonder.
And he do another moves on the board. He didn't look at the board. Just do another casual move, and the other guy is like, The game is so complex to the player in front of you. So the old man look at you and says, "You will need more than just information to find this man. He is very dangerous."
Yes, I go up to the board slowly, being weary of the fact that I'm very much not a Minari, and I'm very much a person with a very strong sense of unworthiness, so I kind of reluctantly go up to the board, and I look at the opponent, and I have a skill in tactics. Can I try to see if I can help him?
Oh, that's a good idea. You could use your skill as a tactician, maybe at -2 because it's not the same application. But yeah, it's a good idea.
Okay, we'll see if it works. See if I fail.
Yeah.
And let's see here. Hit. 10
hit?
for 13. -2 still. It would be 11, so it's a hit. Success by 1.
It seems to you that the old man is playing one corner of the board. And once you know that, the game becomes easier for the opponent. It's not so much of a move this piece to help the guy. You kind of figure out how the man is playing. He's playing a corner. So if you say that information to his opponent, you might help him quite a bit.
I'm wondering if I could use my skill in teaching to see if I can get him to start winning the game.
All right. I'm
That's a
gonna roll
12.
the IQ of the guy, giving him a 10, just to see if he's understanding what you're doing.
I succeeded by 4.
You do an excellent job at teaching, but he does not do an excellent job as being a student. He's very focused on the board, trying to ignore you, and he's an old man too, so he doesn't need your youngster advice. You can now see, maybe. And the old man look at you, and he kind of figure out that you have understood his tactic, and he smile at you like, ah, you get it. You saw it, ain't you?
I look at I look at him, and one becomes more of sound mind when you have spent many years in meditation.
You have a sharp mind. You will need it to find this evil wizard.
I ask again very softly. Do you have anything that would any landmarks or anything that I could look for that would be of use for navigation?
Yes. You will enter the hills of the immortals by the entrance. I will recommend you to always keep your right. You will find a valley. A valley we called the Valley of the Wanderer. Maybe this is where he got his name.
It seems.
I have an advice for you. I have an advice for you, and listen very well. You should not move at night in the hills of the immortal. When the sun goes down, it's even darker in the hills of the immortals. And there are creatures in there that can see stuff moving. So when the night is coming, my advice is find a rock to place above your head, like a crevasse or a crack or an alcove. Lay down on your back and don't move. Movement is death in the hills of the immortal, the night. So you don't go up at night. You don't even go pee in the middle of the night. You understand? I'm an old man. I have to go in the middle of the night several times. But I would die in the hills of the immortal. So you can travel somewhat safely in the region during the day. But at night, it's very, very dangerous. So, no movement and no sound. You must be like the rock.
I'm more of a day person anyway.
Oh. Can I ask you a question?
He's looking at me.
At you two, in fact. The question is open. Why are you searching this man? Why are you doing this?
I do not wish to allow this person to use the spirits and the magic to harm others this way. It is wrong. To harm innocents like this is wrong.
I see. And you?
Azado kind of, again, pulls her hood down a little bit more over her face, casts a shadow over her eyes, as she tends to do when she has to relay anything about her past. she's kind of the this is my one chance to make up for the things that I've done wrong. So I will take it. She doesn't really say a word after that. She just kind of hides behind everyone else. Goes over and checks on our sleeping friend.
There is somebody who enters the tent with his arm crossed like that. Merrick. And he had something to your answer. He says, we are doing this because he killed a lot of people, a lot of innocent. And because by stopping this man, we are making the will of the Queen real. And we are doing this to stabilize Anoren, to stop the violence and stop the Sevari dynasty in their evil plan. So now the old man expire or let out a breath like, so you are really doing this for different reasons, but all these reasons seems good to me. So I'm offering you some Minari to accompany you in this quest. If you place a good word for me to the Queen, once it is done, or if you pray for me, or if you continue to do good, I'm willing to let go of some of my men to accompany you and help you.
Zato, when mentioning on the word prayer, she just kind of jumps up and she kind of touched in the back of her sack. There's like a pointed edge coming out, and you could tell that's where the recollections of life is, and you can see her kind of touching it, and you can hear her kind of mumbling under her breath a little bit.
I just sort of turn to Merrick and I'm like, we can promise him a good word, right? Having these people with us would be useful.
I'm willing to do that, my friend. I'm willing to do that. And as you know, I know the Queen personally. She will listen to me. So I agree.
We should accept.
I think so. So Merrick and you three turn towards the man, and you're kind of accepting his proposal. Jason, could you roll some IQ for Saditi?
Sure. I rolled a 5.
5.
It's good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Imagine yourself in the most epic battle of your life during a sandstorm atop a huge stone structure, and in your back you have Agim flashing steel with another opponent of his type, a large, strong stone man with just one eyes, and the two of them, when they cross steel, you can see flash of light as the metal is so stressed by such violence, and you can see in the background several 50 yards lower than your position, you can see men crossing steel in a field of sand, and you can see Minaris being injured and killed by stone men, and you can see a raging battle in this sandstorm. And you are now finding yourself inside the rock at your feet. You melt into the rock, and you see a face looking at you. The face of a man who is drunk with power. A face of pure evil. And let me share you a little picture here. A picture you have seen. You see this face zooming in on you. And you suddenly hear his laugh.
So
and then you just awake.
So after I hear his laugh, yeah, I snap awake and I just pedal backwards and I'm like trying to get away and I like knock over the chessboard and everything goes flying, and then you see me just like trying to get away, and she's like panicking and like knocking stuff over. And then she's just grabbing the guy and like trying to get behind him.
There is
You all
this
right?
guy who's super into the game, and now boom, everything fly around. So he's a little bit pissed.
But
everyone
he's coming. He's here. There's going to be blood. We cannot escape. You will die. You must listen. He's coming.
You've seen it too. I'm just sort of.
She doesn't really notice anyone else around. She's just like kind of freaking out.
I've had nightmares myself, so I'm just sort of relating to this in a way. And
yes.
I look down, and I'm visibly like worried.
Tomorrow, the old man says, tomorrow I will reunite the other leaders of the tribe and ask them if they would like to send some men with you. Maybe you could lead them, and maybe they could help you find this Grey Wanderer.
We will find him. I'm sure of it.
I hope so. So with these words,
whether we want to or not.
with these words, you all go out to sleep that night, and maybe some of you feels like maybe this is one of those last good sleep before this trial, this test of will. So during the night, we I will ask Saditi to roll her self-control roll on the sleep walking.
Oh, okay. She fails it. She fails it, and she if anyone's still awake, they see her just stand up completely calmly, and she's not, you know, she has her eyes open just like she's awake, and they hear immortal hills, and she walks out the tent flap and into the night.
It's kind of typical for her. So,
Good.
And again, I will assume that your guy just crashed into one of the tents with some boys after a good drink.
And what I did is actually I found a bunch of rocks that have been sitting in the sun all day, and I gather them up and I bring them over by the fire, and I use those from the bed because they're going to stay hot for a while. And I also bring some others and I put them in the fire that I can switch out when those cool off.
That's an excellent idea.
And I'm sleeping on top of my bed of rocks.
That's cool. I never figured that out. It's really a cool idea. So the next morning, imagine the scene where everyone is in the camp is in an assembly where everyone is gathered around a circle, and the old man, which his name is Ralu, have asked the other leader of his tribe, Jamal, a Minari male of 35 years old, and Maka, a Minari female of 63 years old. And after doing his plea, I will ask you to. I would need two among you to roll for reaction. So who would volunteer for such a role? Okay, Brandon.
Yes.
So just throw 3 dice.
Okay.
I will add some modifier to it.
Good. I actually got a pretty good one. That's 7.
7. All right. And another one. Maybe Jason.
Yes. What is
Just
reaction
three dice.
based off of?
Reaction roll is based off nothing. In fact, it's based on your adds and disadds. Most of them are social adds and disadds, like charisma.
Oh, it's a reaction, like a
It's a reaction roll
for meeting somebody.
Usually, it's the GM who rolls it, but I just want to make you roll.
Gotcha. She gets a 12.
12. Okay.
Yeah.
So Ralu and the female named Maka will send men to help you. The other one, Jamal, is not moved by your speech and by the plea of the main leader, so he will keep his man beside him. So maybe other Tim, maybe you could roll me 4 dice.
4
that will be
dice.
the number of men. Yeah, that will be the number of men accompanying you.
So 1, 5, 6, and 2.
1, 5, 6, and 2. So that's 8, 14. So you have 14 men, Minari.
Are all of them
themselves.
his fans?
At least half of them.
At least half of them are his fans. Okay.
Oh yeah.
When I
Yeah,
find this out,
7 guy.
I look at Merrick very concerned. He says, "These men, why are they coming with us? They are in danger heading out."
My friend, they know the hills more than we do, and we could use them as distraction as we go for the Grey Renderer, or they can help us.
He shakes his head kind of violently. He's, "No, they're my friends. I do not wish for them to get injured."
Neither do I, but we need all the help we can get here. It's very dangerous.
It's true, and
Who
you
will
must.
protect the village? Who will protect the camp?
I
There's no
understand
danger
you,
here.
my friend. I understand you. You feel for these people, and I do too. But you know, we are doing this for a higher purpose. We are doing this for the Queen and the kingdom.
After a moment, he bows his head and nods slightly.
I'll tell you what. You can speak to them, and if they don't want to come after that, it will be okay.
No, I will not be the cause of dissent.
Very well. So their fate is the same as ours.
And he rubs his hands on his head like he's troubled, and he walks away towards Harad his camel.
I can picture him like very like. That's perfect.
I am used to facing my own death, but I am not used to having friends and family and having them to have to face the same death as I.
It's really tough. I know. We all lost some people in our life.
He slowly walks away over to Harad, his camel, and he starts stroking him.
So, would you like to do something before going? Because you're ready to go. Everything is said and done. And the Minari will pack their stuff, and they were not there permanently. They just camped there, so they will go on their route.
I did want to try something.
Yes.
I have a spell for predicting weather.
Yes.
And I would not like to be surprised by anything.
So. Did you know the name of the spell by any chance?
It is predict weather. So.
Of course.
I'd like to cast it. I'd like to cast that before.
There's some fancy names in Anoren. Predict weather is weather.
Oh, fancy
right.
name.
Well.
It's not the forecast of Ragalan Schlabben.
Well,
that one's different.
Yeah, that's different. That's different.
All
right.
Well, how I cast it, I had a sort of idea for that.
You simply take a maneuver of concentrate maneuver, and it takes 5 seconds to cast a forecast. It says here 5 seconds per day of forecast, so you can actually go farther than just one day.
Right.
And it will cost you 2 fatigue points per length of your spell. So 2 for 1 day, and 4 for 2 days. And
I would think just the next day, just to see.
Okay, so it's pretty powerful. Before rolling your spell, since you're a wild mage, you will need to roll an activation roll because your magic is fickle and wild.
Okay.
So you need to roll 11 or less to be able to cast the spell.
Can I just describe how I'm doing this, please?
Yes, please do.
Basically, I just sort of sit next to I sit near the fire, like in the middle of the camp. I sort of just cross my legs and sort of just close my eyes, start like bobbing and weaving to the left and to the right, sort of, because I have a dancing sort of thing. So I'm just sort of doing this, and the fire is sort of moving a bit with me, and the whispering, like I hear the whispers of the weather. I guess that's what I would call it if I had to give it a name. The whispers of the weather. The spirits sort of just whisper to me through the fire, and I'm like moving very slowly like this.
You're trying to invoke the power of magic through this ritual. All right.
And I get a that's good. 11 you said, so I got 3 and 5, so that's 8.
All right. So your magic is effective. So now you can roll your spell.
Okay.
So it's a 14.
Okay, I got 15. Oh well.
Okay.
I tried.
So when you failed on the wild magic, some stuff can happen.
Okay.
I've created a table just for you. Wild magic is not in the books nowhere. It's a thing in my setting.
That's cool.
So people, you're seeing Ephmera starting to do some meditation with rocking and bedding, but once she's into it, you're seeing the fire next to her go green, and you can actually hear the whisper coming out from the fire, things that she would normally just hear herself. You're now hearing them, and you can see animals wanting to recoil from that, and even some people are going like, "Whoa, what is this?" And she's not, and she's still into it. It's supposed to be a 1 second or 2 thing, but she's still into rocking and rocking and rocking. And now I will ask you, Brandon, to roll 3 dice on the wild magic effect table.
Wonderful.
As you miss your spell.
Very low. I got a 5.
A 5.
Hopefully that's
Okay.
better.
When you open your eyes, you realize that you are not in the camp with your friend. You realize that you are face to face with the Grey Wanderer, and everything around you is covered in blood.
I'm like terrified.
So you're going to roll a fright check, as we say, with a -3 to it. So you will take your will -3. That gives you a 10.
Okay.
Roll a 10 under to be exempt of any negative effects.
Okay, I got 7 plus 1. So,
Okay.
8.
So even though the vision is very startling and very creepy, you keep your cool, and after a few seconds, the vision is going away, and you know that you have failed, and this evil vision just played with your mind a little bit, but you kept your cool. And now you see people around you are 2 yards farther than they were before, and some of them are a little freaked out.
So, Sadithi, she's like sitting there, and then she sees you like move, and she's like, she goes over and like tugs your shirt sleeve, and she's like, "What just happened? What did you do?"
I was trying to whisper to the winds, and they have not answered me in a way that I would like. We should leave.
And Sadithi, you can see a little bit of blood coming out of her nose. Just a little bit. Just 2 drops.
Yes, I also, last night I saw something very terrible. We were in a battle, and there was a sandstorm that encompassed us, and there was a man, he was laughing. He was a very wicked man, the Grey Man. And
Yes.
I don't have a good feeling about this, no.
Neither do I. Nobody would. That man is truly terrifying. But you cannot let him cause you fear, for that is probably what he would want. You must stand firm against him.
Yes. What will we tell the others? There will be much blood.
There will be blood, but hopefully more of his than ours.
So on these wise words, we see your guys on your camel's back going into the crack, going into the hills of the immortals. And behind you, you have 14 proud Minari warrior ready to serve. And they are not doing this for you entirely, they are doing this for the Minari as a whole. If this mission is a success, it will bring renown to the Minari people. It will give them maybe future opportunity on a political level. So, in a great montage, spectacular and grandiose, we can see your characters in various poses, walking with, grabbing the mouthpiece of your camel on your foot. Another moment you are crossing a bridge made out of thin stone with a 50-yard drops just under your feet, and you're crossing on this ledge with your camel. And we can see your character traveling across the hills of the immortals for a whole entire day until the night arrives. And as soon as the light goes down in the canyon, way before even the stars shows up, the Minaris stop, drop their mount, and start to search for a place to hide and to keep the mount from appearing to the sky. So all your characters are going into this mode of, we are going into a camouflage mode. And since you know the trick, the Minaris are there to help you. For example, if Emira didn't hid her boots, we'll see a Minari coming and adding some sand over her boots to hide her feet from the ground, pointing to the sky. We must be invisible from up there. And when the night finally falls on the hills of the immortals, you are all laying back on the floor with various items and rocks and blankets, and you don't move. You have an order to not move just 1 inch. And during the night, as soon as it is very dark, you hear in the sky huge flying creatures that sometimes stops and cling to rocks to sniff out the air, looking with their big eyes. And Izado is very perceptive, and she's one of the few who can actually see one of the creature from head to toes. And I'm gonna share with you what she will later maybe tell you about and describe. So the creatures look like this. Just one moment.
Oh my.
So this creature and many, many, many others like that. Huge sand bats who are so huge that you could nearly ride them if they were not so savage and so monstrous. What an entrance it would be to arrive in town on one of those.
Or with one as a skinned one.
Yes! That's a +1 or a reputation right there. So, so during the night, everyone is... I will ask for you guys to roll me a will roll, just to see how the night goes for you.
Well,
Are you able to sleep? Are you able to keep your cool?
Yes. All right.
I rolled a 6.
Oh, that's
That
perfect.
is a 5.
5, that's grandiose.
A 14,
14,
which is a failure.
which is a failure. Okay, since the Minaris were giving you a +4 on the camouflage skills, I think it will make it okay.
I scored a 9 for 13.
9 for 13. So basically, you are able to sleep during the night and let go of your fear and just be confident in the advice from the old man. Not a movement in the hills of the immortals at night, otherwise it is death. You can nearly hear him in your head. But during the night, of course, we have a sleepwalker in the group. I will ask you to roll a self-control roll for your sleepwalking
Come
act.
on, 16.
roll-
Let's go 16.
Do I have to roll for nightmares as well, or is that something else?
The roll for nightmare is rolled in the morning, so you're
Okay.
not you're okay. But
That's good.
let's see how it goes.
Here we go. Critical failure. Come on,
So
baby.
you have a 12 or less. Come on.
Unfortunately, I made it. Barely.
You made it.
Yeah, I got a 10.
And your companion will be fine with this, I believe.
I really wanted to get attacked by a giant bat.
There's still time.
So for one reason or the other, Saditi kept quiet this night, and she didn't move. Maybe because Agim put a huge rock on her, maybe. I don't know. But she didn't move that night, like she used to do.
Agim placed Harad right next to her, his camel. Keep her company. I have a hard time sleeping because I'm very worried about Harad, about him being startled and awake and disturbing these bats. So I have a hard time sleeping because I'm very concerned about his movement.
All right. Fortunately, the night goes very well, and the next morning, as soon as the sky turned a little bit blue, every one of you make a stand. You rise to your feet, and it's like one moment ago there was no one in the canyons, and now there is these people everywhere appearing from the ground, shaking their clothes of sands and rocks, and taking out the camels out of a cave, and you people just appear in the canyon out of nowhere. And you know in some way that you gain some knowledge about the place. Some very precious knowledge about the hills of the immortals.
Yes, don't go in here unless you have to.
Yeah.
Because of my perception, can I make out like what kinds of people they are?
Oh, it's you
What
guys.
kind of? Oh, it's just us. Okay, I
Yeah,
got
it's
you.
you guys with the Minaris. It's like this scene. You're like undead rising out from the ground, but it's just cool. It's not a usual way of awaking. So you're like all awaking at the same time, and
I like to imagine that her wings like puff out in one stroke, and you know, like the scene of like an angelic being, like the sun's
Yeah.
coming up behind her.
oh
You
yeah,
hear, like dust coming out, and her hood flew back, and her hair kind of flagged.
yeah, and the rays
Rattled
of
in the wind.
light are doing arcs because of the dust, and you look like an angel of justice and good.
So when I see Agim rising, I notice the stones that he's been using to warm himself, and I say to him, "You are using those for warmth, yes?"
Yes, it gets very cold in the desert in the evening.
Then I suppose that makes you a cold-blooded killer, no?
He just looks kind of confused. I am cold-blooded. I am lizard. I am Varan.
Yes,
Um,
yes, it's the
I
simple.
was gladiator, and I killed many men.
I will remember, yes, I see you once. I do not think your skills are very good. It's very surprising that you win.
Very well. He's still just looking kind of confused, and he just turns away and goes over to Harad.
I just sort of hop onto my horse.
All right. So everyone is mounting their camel and horses.
Or flying.
Or flying. And you just continue. And you cover another great distance before something different happens. At one point, the Minaris, maybe 5 hours later, the Minaris dismount suddenly and start to knot their mount. They reunite their mount into one place and make sure they won't run away.
Gotcha.
And you can see the canyon opening into like a valley. And of course, being an artist, I sketch a little something to express this visually. So I'm gonna share it with you guys. There is some latency stuff. Okay, share. So there is this valley, and I don't know if you can see on the drawings. There is like a big rock in the middle of some kind of valley, and I will zoom in into the
There's
drawings.
like a marking there.
Yeah, you see those little dots over here? In
That's
the
us.
center. Yeah, that's you. That gives you an idea of the scale too.
Oh.
And over there seems to be a little camp with some people too. But they are clearly not Minari. It's more of a patrol camp and not a nomad or traveler camp. So you have some ground to cover to go at him. The Minaris and you are hiding behind rocks, and you are now in formation, and they are waiting for orders or what to do, because they are following you. And Merrick is very concerned. He's looking at the distance, and he's very concerned. And you can see him focus like he used to do.
I tell him, those are not Minari. We should stay away from them. They could be others who we do not know.
That is correct. Saditi,
Yes.
now is the time to use your gift.
You want me to...
Should we go on and deal with these people, or should we just try to maybe... Can you give us some insight, maybe,
Yes.
with your gift?
Maybe. I cannot always control it, but what else I could do is this. I have a ability in climbing abilities, and I could perhaps get a vantage point above them and see what they are doing in the camp. If not, I I don't really know.
When I hired you, you told me that you were not a great fighter.
No,
So
this is true.
This is what I've been waiting for you. This is what I was expecting from you. Can you tell me if these men are maybe men of the Great Wanderer? I would not have to kill innocent people.
I nod in agreement.
Um, how far away are we?
Well, based on my drawings, you must be like
Half a mile, or?
A little bit less than that, maybe 70 yard. Let's say
Okay.
that.
So does this look like the place I saw in my dream?
Oh, it's definitely a valley like the one in your dreams. That's scary.
Okay. But I can't actually see those people, right? But he says they're not Minari.
Yeah.
You see the rock in the middle. You have the feeling you have visited this place before, but the inside of it, and you could see Hagim fight somebody at the top of this rock. You could see it almost.
I could camouflage so that you could approach and see who these people are. I am very skilled in camouflage. I would come with you to protect if you wish.
Yes, I like this plan.
Very well.
Perfect. That's perfect, Hakim. I count on you to protect Saditi.
So I'm going to use some of the natural surroundings to try to build something to camouflage him with, so we can both creep along the ground slowly.
Okay. That's a good idea. So yeah, roll me a camouflage, Hagim, and add 4 to your roll.
Add 4 to it?
Yeah, you're far away and you have a lot of stuff to use to camouflage yourself, so it's easier.
So I rolled a 9, and plus 4, that makes it 14, or 13.
Yeah. That's a success by 5. That's awesome.
Okay.
So you're taking some sand, you're dusting Sadidi with it, you're taking rocks and some twigs, and you use that for camouflage, and she will be less visible, let's say.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll any kind of stealth skill as we go across, or?
Yeah, absolutely. How far would you like to approach those guys? From 70 feet to what?
Well, I'm thinking we should probably I'll tell this to Agim. I think we should loop around to the back of that rock. What do you think about that?
Sounds like a good idea.
All right. So you will roll stealth, and Hagim too.
I'm pretty stealthy too.
Yeah, give yourself a bonus +2 to your stealth. Both of you.
In that case, I rolled a 7, so that my effective skill would be a 17, but I don't know if that's a crit because I don't know if that's a crit because of the +2 though.
Oh yeah, your critical in GURPS is depending on your effective skill. So, but unfortunately, the critical threshold is stopped at 6. So.
Yeah, that's why I didn't know.
It's okay, but it's a very good roll. It's -10, so.
Let's see. I rolled a 12 plus 2, so that's a 14.
You add 2 to your skill, not to your roll.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
my stealth is 10.
So it bumped up to 12.
Yeah.
And you rolled 10?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
So basically, you are circling these guys. You go into the valley as stealthily as possible, and it takes a very long time. You circle the rock, and at one point you're on the opposite side of these guys, and now you cross the distance, and now you are completely next to the big stone, and now you can see that the stone is in fact a giant half stone head, uh, half down into the earth. It's like the head of a giant statue. If it's the same statue as the entrance, there must have been a huge explosion for this head to come all across over here. But it's not. Surely it can be possible. It must be another statue. Maybe this valley was full of statue. Maybe there was another completely another kingdom here.
Or there was a huge explosion and blew the head off.
Yeah. So, Saditi and Agim, you are in a stressful position. You're now directly opposite of these guys, and if any one of them is patrolling around the rock, surely they will push you to one side and threatens your stealthiness or your hiding place. So what are you doing, you two?
Can I want to observe the area if I can. I have those a skill in observation. I can't speak.
Observation. Okay.
Yeah. I probably should have done that before we marched over there, but.
Well, you're impulsive.
I got a crit. Well, let's see. Hold on. What's my skill? I rolled a 4, and my observation's a 12. I don't know. I think 4 is on the crit.
It's always a critical success.
Sweet.
So it's pretty clear now for you. You see the statue, and you can see holes into the statue. You can see little speckle of dust in the air, suspended in air. And when these little speckle of dust arriving next to a small hole, you can see these speckle of dust being sucked into the hole. So you know that there is some empty space inside the giant head. There must be some rooms or some empty space where maybe this Grey Wanderer could be. It starts to look freakingly like your vision.
Is it so? The hole it's on the statue near the top of it, or?
There is small holes everywhere, but there is one big next to the eyes of the statue, and probably at the neck. But the neck is where those guys, those possible threats are.
Okay. I point this out to Akim, if he didn't already notice.
Yeah, I doubt I noticed. So I'm just going to start counting how many people there are.
Okay, since you are on the opposite side of the rock, you can just peek a little bit to see to count maybe 3 guys. And there is one big stone man with. He's the most huge stone man you ever saw. He must be 7 feet tall. And at one point, he turned around to see the horizon, and you can see that he lacks one eye. you have one crack over his face, and it probably his eyes got torn out by a blow or something. He's like a one-eyed giant.
What do you think of these Sadithi? Friend or foe?
I think you're muted.
Are you muted? Or is it the one of them technical difficulty, maybe? Try again, Jason.
Okay.
Sound problem? Okay, no problem. Meanwhile, good? Are we having some problems? Okay, there is a little sluggish.
Sorry. It keeps on being stupid. And can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry. Every once
Yeah.
in a while, it seems like it's dropping, and I have to like drop
Yeah.
out and rejoin. So sorry about that. I don't know what
Oh, it's okay.
I heard.
Did
I heard
you lower
everything
your
that you
bandwidth?
said. No, I haven't touched anything. It
Jason,
probably
if
just
you go to
crappy
the top,
internet.
if you go to the top where the bars are, just adjust your bandwidth usage and lower it. The
Okay.
video will be less
Do that.
quality, but you'll be less likely to drop out.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Cool.
okay.
All right.
This is why you stop dropping. You watch this video in super HD quality.
I must have it.
You want to see the pores in our face?
I'm not like all you. I want individual hairs. I don't want pixels.
Yes. The hairs in my nose. Look at them. Look at them. Spectacular.
I can see the hairs in the angle of my camera. Okay, anyways. So I heard everything that Akeem said.
Okay.
I don't know if you heard anything I said after.
No.
Not a
Okay,
word.
so she's like, this is exactly what I saw in my vision, and those men, they are very dangerous. In fact, they were very fierce in battle, and I fear that our men will be in grave danger. I do not think you can handle them.
Well, Merrick wanted us to find information. We should make our way back, perhaps.
Yes. Perhaps that is best, or I could climb up the rock and get a look at them from above.
I am adept at climbing as well. I can join you.
And without further question, she just leaps on the rock and starts scaling it.
As you start climbing, something unnatural arrives. Something unnatural.
Of course it
happening.
does. Of course it does.
Behind the rock is coming out of nowhere a sandstorm.
Oh. Well.
You guys are still at the entrance of the valley, and you can see like a wave of dust suddenly lifting itself in the air and engulfing the whole thing. And you see your friend disappear, and you suddenly see nothing but sands in the air.
Can we make it to that hole, to any of the holes to get in?
Well, you start to climb, and now you have sand in your face, and this sand is coming from everywhere. And you, again, your nicotine membrane just closed automatically, and it's like you're wearing goggles now. It's okay for you. But Saditi, you're now you have sand now in your face, and it's not helping with the climbing.
Okay.
So you can give me a climbing roll at -1, please.
I got it.
You got it.
Naturally.
Okay, Agim, you see suddenly Saditi climb with great agility, but slowly and slowly you start to lose her in the sand. She disappeared nearly entirely just because of particles in the air, and you can hear like a sandblasting effect sound on the big stone, and you hear also these echoes. And yes, you have 9 in IQ, but you're not that dumb. You can feel that the rock is also is. You hear some. You hear wind whistling into the holes, and in the air, of course, up there, Saditi completely disappear after a while because she climbs so quickly.
Well, not wanting to lose sight of her, I start climbing behind her.
Okay, back to the entrance of the valley. Merrick look at you guys, and he look at the Minaris, and suddenly he make a decision. He draw his scimitar in the air, and he pointed towards the rock, and all the Minari guys start running towards the rock. And if they encounter anything, you know there's going to be a fight.
All right.
You see that Merrick has taken the decision that the Grey Wanderer is there, and now he's going for it, whether he's wrong or not.
Well, then I'll ride alongside them. But I'm going to try to move a little bit further away. I don't want to get in combat.
I grab him
Exactly.
by his side, or grab her by her side. Adazo, being kind of, being in the back of this whole thing, just kind of contemplating like the valley, wondering if whether or not it was what the old man spoke about. She got more and more paranoid, and as she sees them going rushing, she quickly grabs hold on his shoulder, and she asks him. She says, "There may be there may be another way," and so she has a pretty good tactic skill, right?
Yeah.
I was wondering if this whole time, because they've been searching around, right, sneaking around, she's been observing how the patrols have been going.
Oh,
So I'm wondering if I could roll tactics for at least us two, since I couldn't get a hold of the other Minari.
Okay,
to be able to know the time if I could flank them.
I would ask you to roll a tactic. I would give you +2 to your tactic because you had time to look around. But now that you don't see the field anymore, I would just ask you for a tactic rolls without bonus.
Okay.
Which is fine. You have 13. It's good.
And I rolled a 6.
Oh, that's a really good roll.
I also wanted to convince him. I've been in the desert all my life. I know my way around a sandstorm, and so I wanted to guide him in a way that we could also flank them, but as well as be sneaky and under the cover of the sandstorm.
Okay.
So I was wondering if I could do a survival desert roll.
Not for now. I'm gonna explain something that your tactics skills give you.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
You have counted about four person patrolling around the big rock or the big head. You haven't seen others. So suddenly to you, this appearance of a sandstorm, it's not a coincidence. You're pretty sure it's not natural, that is magic. And based on that assumption, you see that as a way to gain time. you seem to outnumber these guys. Maybe 3-1, maybe 4-1, and this sandstorm is leveling the playing field. Since on the field now, no one will see each other. So maybe this is a great advantage for them. As long as the sandstorm will go on, you are maybe in a position of 2 against 1.
Do you tell me this?
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
telling this to Hizado.
Izado,
Okay,
Izado is
I'm asking-
relaying this
Hizado
information.
is the tactic. Have a tactical assessment of the situation.
Okay. Because if he says it doesn't seem natural, I would want to try to use my skills and my knowledge to sort of.
I would leave that to Chepe to reveal that to you or not.
All right.
I look at her with whatever you can see of her as the sand goes back, and I've grabbed onto her right as quickly as I could, right? Just rushing over.
And your wings are flapping in the wind a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of stumbling around, and I'm a little brittle woman, and I'm trying to grab hold of her. Just look at her. Look, you don't be hasty. A hasty mind often leads to defeat. You know this. You're a prophet of some variety, are you not? I said, are you not? Just glaring at you. This is unnatural. I looked at the times at which they were patrolling. They're most likely nowhere near our number. This is their advantage. We need to get rid of it.
I think on it for a moment, and I wonder. Well, I wanted to ask you actually. Would that be, since I have a sandstorm spell, is it possible for me to counter?
If you can summon that amount of power to counter a sandstorm, you will give definite advantage to all Minaris and prevent a lot of death. That's for sure.
That's good.
But
Wild
for
magic,
that, you have to play with the raw power of nature and maybe push your limit. And this is dangerous. You're a wild sorceress.
I am.
Things can go wrong.
Things probably will go wrong.
When you push it too far, it's very easy to lose balance. But it's one of the things you are known to do. I don't know how much you want to risk it, but you have that power of changing the battle.
I do want to attempt it, because I would not want these people to get hurt. If it means less death, then I would do what I can, even if it costs me some.
If you can reduce the sandstorm just by an half of its intensity, people could see a little bit better each other, and then 3 Minari guys could beat up one of them. So that's for sure. That would give a huge advantage. So let's do this.
Yes.
Let's do this. It's one hell of an important spellcasting right here.
Yes.
Okay. So before even starting to doing the number crunching, how does it look? How do you do it? Because you have to pull deep. If you want to do this, you have to really go at it.
I take like a deep breath, like a really deep breath, and I start to close my eyes and start to feel the wind rushing around me, and I feel it moving just sort of around me, and I sort of will it to sort of move around me, and it sort of starts to shift and turn a bit, but I'm not sure how long I can keep it under my control, but I do sort of start to shake and turn on my horse, so I'm sort of stopping, and I'm like shifting like on like a belt, or almost like on my top half, and just sort of moving with the wind and moving with the wind, and my staff is like up in the air and twirling, and I'm just sort of moving in this circular motion, trying to calm the wind, soothe the wind, sort of.
And Zado, you can see your companion doing all this, and you can see some kind of pain doing this. It's very painful. You can see some involuntarily tears flying in the wind as she does this. It's asked so much of her. So we're going to cast a sandstorm in reverse.
Yes, reversed.
So it's an area effect. So you have to decide how large you want to do it. But before you want to cast it, you will have to roll for activation to see if your magic even work at all.
Okay.
I'm willing to give your activation roll a little bump. 14 or less.
Okay.
14 or less, make it even possible.
Okay. I got a 9 plus.
9 is okay. So you connect with the magic, and now Izado can step back because she can see stuff she have never seen before. Lights coming out of your eyes, your mouth, your ears.
Ooh.
Voices in the wind. In the typical Japanese style. Something you never seen Anoren, like a true display of power. And now you can work your magic.
Cool. So
I'm guessing you will.
Now I know what I'm going to
pretty
call
large area, hey?
Now I know what I want to call this thing.
Yeah?
Is the howl of the wind.
The howl of the wind is perfect.
So I just sort of screech at the wind, and now I'm trying to do the opposite, so I'm soothing the wind.
Yeah, you are sensing another person having his will on this, and you're countering his will in a true duel of will. And you can sense the immensity of his power. And you discover doing that something that you will not be able to talk about you discover something about this contest of will, but you cannot speak of it. Remind me of that later.
Right.
So so the actual cost of casting a spell is equal to the radius area of your spell.
Okay.
So the base cost to create a sandstorm is 3.
Okay.
If you want to create it for, let's say, let's multiply this by 5.
Okay, so that would be 15.
That would be an incredible 15 fatigue point in one single.
I have 14, so that would bring me down to -1. But I believe
negative one.
I think
that's
you said
okay.
something about that.
It might leave a mark. So you're doing this. Okay, you just have to roll now your sandstorm spell.
Okay.
Bringing you down to -1 fatigue point.
Yes. Okay.
Good luck.
I guess. Ooh.
That didn't sound good.
11 plus 2 is 13. And my sandstorm
is 14.
14. Oh, good. Good. Okay, that's good.
Okay, you have 13 in sandstorm and you roll 13?
I got I think it was 11 plus 2, so 13.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That's you barely make it, and you're probably on your knees screaming and trying to lift your staff in the air, and your fatigue gauge goes like this. Now we have two things to roll. One on the wild magic table because
Yes. Okay.
you pushed it. So
Okay.
roll 3 dice. There is no good number. It's all bad.
That's true. 8 plus 4, so that's 12.
8. Okay.
4, so
So
12.
as you finish casting your
12.
spell, 12. Oh, 12.
Yes. I got 12.
Okay. Oh, that's special. Time seemed to slow for a little bit. And for just one moment, you gain a moment of clarity.
Hmm.
And you can take out 4 points of one of your mental disadvantage.
Okay. Let's see. Let me look at my mental disadvantages.
It's totally surprising as a result. Normally, the wild magic drain your mind and slowly make you crazy, but not this time. You have a moment of clarity and choose one of your disads, and it goes down by 4 points.
I am going to decrease my sight, so my nightmares by 4. So that
By
would
4, so that would make it nearly a quirk.
Yeah.
So by doing this, you are getting rid of your nightmares. That's fantastic. That's one hell of a story there.
I want to banish them. Banish these horrible memories.
Yeah. And now the bad news. You have to lose 1 hit point because you went under your fatigue.
Yes, okay.
So you're starting to lose hit point as well.
9 then.
Or you're probably bleeding somewhere inside.
Yes.
From bleeding. And then you will roll HT just to see if you're still on your foot or if you're down for the count.
Let me just note that down. Okay, so health. Oof, that's probably not very good. 10 plus 2 is 12.
12, and you have 12 of HT. Okay, so you're on your knees, still conscious, but you are beat up. You're fatigued and way, way above your limits. And now everybody can see the sandstorm being diminished by at least 2 degrees of intensity.
Mm-hmm.
And now there is some people here who are in big trouble. You see Minari's fighter teaming up against Stoneman Warrior 3 against 1. And now it's just a question of minutes before the fight is over. These guys are overwhelmed. At the other end of the battlefield, Agim and Saditi are still climbing the rock. But for them, they are so far away, the sandstorm is still going on. So you guys are climbing this big rock. And then suddenly, Saditi, you see 2 foot in front of you. As you arrive at the top, you see two big feet made out of stone.
Okay.
And as you look up, you see the most monstrous stone man ever. And you see his one eye. And the other one is lost in a crack formation it's like a crack in a rock. It's very creepy. Was he's just in front of you, and he has this this smirk on his face.
He can see me. I can tell he can see me, or.
Yeah, he was like waiting for you.
Oh wow. I'm gonna try and leave, or back away from him as fast as I can.
Luckily for you, you sidestep as he bring down a huge scimitar where you used to be, and he cracked the rock. And if it weren't for your feline reflex, you would be split in two right now. But then, just behind you, Agim just finished his climb, and he's now facing, like in your dream, the monstrous Cyclops.
As soon as I get up to the top, I stand up and look him square in the eyes, and I hold my mace up to my face like I'm saluting him, and I just hiss at him.
Well, not being a proud gladiator like yourself, just mock you by spitting at your feet. As you raise his scimitar in a menacing fashion, like a spear, like that.
Okay. I just get ready for the combat.
All right. So the way the combat works is the fastest goes first, and so no initiative. We just go into it.
Okay.
So the Cyclops is slightly faster than you.
Okay.
So he's swinging his scimitar right at you. So what are you planning to do as a defense? Would you like to just sidestep to escape the blow, or would you like to parry with your weapon?
Well, I have to let him attack first. I'm going to go into total defense.
Okay. Would you like to do the full maneuver with no attacking and such?
Yeah, because I have to let him attack first. That's part of my code.
Okay, so you will add a +2 to your defense then.
Okay.
So where's that game? I want to see. He's 7 foot tall. How can I lose this character sheet? It's impossible. Okay, all right, I find it. Okay, so basically your parry will be a resounding 11.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to roll for his attack.
Right now, you will die.
Okay, so his attack would be a success if you're incapable of parrying.
Okay,
So
let me roll.
the scimitar comes straight at you, like they do.
I rolled an 11.
And now 11 is perfect. Your two blades cross each other, and Saditi, you suddenly see a big flash of sparkle as the two blades connect. These two guys are really powerful.
How tall is this guy?
He's 7 foot tall.
Okay,
Straight.
so he's like half a foot taller than me. So I'm just looking up at him, and I just hiss right into his face as I'm pushing my mace toward him. As it's pushed up against his scimitar, I just have my mouth open, and just deep from within inside of my torso, you hear this rumbling growl, and just comes out, and he's.
So just for a flourish, you're going at it for several turns. So your you're basically opening a fight, and since you're both very good, it's very long before any of you can have a chance to land a good blow. So, Saditi, you're seeing those two giants going at it, and they move on the rock, and they sidestep, and they feint each other, and they block, and they attack, and slowly but steadily, the code is giving away to pure combat for you, Agim. So, Saditi, what would you like to do?
Um,
A couple turns.
I want to get my bolas out.
Okay. So it took you a couple of seconds to
I can't remember
take
if
it
I
out.
have fast draw for that. Let me look real quick.
Since there is nobody to bother you, you can take your time and take it out and start swinging
Okay.
it above your head.
Okay, I don't
As I
have
said,
fast draw. So.
as I said, the other guys are busy for at least 10 turns, and you have time to do this.
Okay. When I see it, I want to try and see how close. They're pretty close.
Yeah.
Should I try and throw my bolas against the stone man? I don't know. Let's.
Well, roll
Question.
against impulsiveness then,
Oh yes, true.
because
true.
you might just
Yeah.
do it.
I actually do want to roll for impulsiveness this time because this could really jack him up if
Yeah, exactly. That's one of those occasions.
Yeah. And of course I had to make my roll, which is no fun. But
Okay, so
I think she might.
Actually, you
Sorry,
can.
go ahead.
You're not obligated to attack.
Okay. She'll just stay in the ready and wait for a moment. She's not going to just launch it, basically.
All right. We're gonna play another round of combat after several rounds of flourish. So the Cyclops will still try to hit you with his scimitar. Am I correct assuming that you will have an attack for your turn?
Yeah.
Tim?
Yeah, so
Yeah,
take my
okay.
parry down to
Okay.
9.
So your parry will drop to 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do this. So it's a hit unless you parry.
Okay, and I rolled. Okay, that's a 17.
Oh!
Oh.
Okay, so in GURPS, when you roll a critical failure on your defense, that's actually giving the attacker a critical hit against you.
Oh shoot.
I'm gonna roll on critical hit table.
Okay.
All this time.
Crap. Dear
Most of the
Akeem.
time, the critical hit table does not give resolve, so it's not so bad.
Most of the time.
Most of the time. So 14. Whoops.
Whoops. That's not what you want to hear on a critical fail
It
chart.
says if any damage penetrates DR, your damage resistance. If any damage penetrates your DR, treat it as if it were a major wound, regardless of the actual injury.
Okay.
So he really nailed you with this one. So I'm gonna roll for damage, and let's see if this is catastrophe. Okay, so large scimitar, 2 dice 6 plus 3.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna get through my damage
Yeah.
resistance.
Okay, so that's a 9. So how
Okay.
much have you?
Where does I have DR on different areas?
Okay, you have DR. You have 3 DR on the torso. We'll take that.
Okay.
So that's a 6, and that 6 becomes a 9 because it's cutting damage. So your current HP dropped by 9.
Okay. That cut me right in half.
It's a major wound.
So do I get any penalties for that or what?
Oh yes, we're starting to go there.
Okay.
So since it's a major wound, you will have to roll HT just to see if you're knocked down and stunned or in some kind.
Okay. Well, I rolled a 7.
A 7 is good. So
Okay.
you're not knocked down and you're not stunned, but this is a major wound. So, if it were a body part, you could have been crippled by it. But since it hit your torso, you can still fight. Let's see, is there anything else? It's not a mortal wound. Okay, basically, I'm gonna ask you another HC roll.
Okay. 14.
14. Okay, so your next action will have -1
Okay.
because he sliced something in your chest, like a tendon or a muscle,
Okay.
and but you're a fighting machine. You have high pain threshold. You have all kind of disease. You will fight until tomorrow if you have to.
Until he's
But
next.
you have this
That's me.
you have this big gash on your chest, and blood is pouring from it. So normally it would be sanity to act. Your body just got badly wounded.
Okay.
Would you
So
like to do
I
an
was.
action?
Can I count my last turn as an aim? Since that's, I didn't say
Oh,
aim. But
yeah,
that's kind of
sure.
what I was trying to do. I'm gonna
Make
try and
that
get the guy with my bolas.
make that 3 round of aiming easily.
Okay. So,
So
what's the
add,
max? Is
your-
that a plus?
The max is 3 precisely. So add the 3 plus your accuracy.
Okay.
That's a huge bonus to your skill. Would you like to aim or?
So if I add 3 to my skill's 12. That would put me at 15.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try. You're by saying aim, you mean am I gonna do a called shot?
Yeah, if you want to.
How much extra? How much is it for legs?
For legs, it's a -2. So if the bola would grapple his leg good, it would probably hinders him from moving and dodging.
Yeah. It would hinder him realistically from dodging, but not from like moving completely, or.
It depends on the quality of your throw.
Okay. What if I aimed for like a hand, like his sword hand? What could that realistically do? Anything?
You probably did this already to a person. If you hit the arm and you can cause a spasm, but against a giant like that and made of stone, you I would say on your experience you feel maybe not super confident in that, but that's possible.
Okay, I'm just gonna go for his legs, so I'll be at a 13.
Okay.
Come on, big money. And I got it by 3. So I got a 10.
So the guy doesn't dodge because he's not according attention to you. So the bullet just hit him in the leg. And I'm gonna roll a dexterity check. Okay, so you see your bola just swirling around, and it takes half a second, and his leg is wrapped against his other knee, and he's like on just one leg for movement, and he let out a big like he's super pissed, and now he turns to you and he look at you with his bad eyes. You're next.
She doesn't reply. She's too scared.
Okay, now it's a game time. Can we say that? A game time.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. So once I see his legs are wrapped up, I take a side step to my left or to his right, where his eye is all crippled, and I just come right at on his right side.
Please add +4 to your attack. That's
okay.
very good.
I rolled a 5.
You roll 5.
I rolled a 2, 2, and a 1. Yeah.
That's a critical success, if I'm not mistaken. What's your weapon?
12.
12 +4, that's a 16. Yeah, you just rolled a critical success. And he's not able to parry, so roll me 3 dice on the critical hit table. Congratulations!
That's 4, 5, 6.
6. Okay, the blow does maximum normal damage. So look at your damage code for your weapon. Don't roll the dice, and we'll take the maximum damage of your blow.
2d +4, so that's 2d6 +4.
That's correct.
Okay.
So we're looking at 16 damage.
Okay. So I sidestep and I just come straight at him. I just pound my mace straight down into his sternum.
Insane amount of damage. 16. All right. So let me check the Cyclops.
So did you say a crit does full damage?
This one did.
Oh, you rolled it on the...
Yeah, it rolled the 6 on the table, and it does a maximum normal damage.
Dang.
So he maxed out his attack. He cannot do this. So he's at -1.
Wow.
So that calls for a HD roll just right there for several reasons. Okay, so he's standing, but he's unconscious.
He's standing, but he's unconscious.
Yes, he didn't have time to fall.
Oh, okay.
That's so perfect.
Okay, I'm gonna go up and grapple him. I'm gonna pick him up over top of my head, see if I can lift him up over my head, and I'm gonna throw him off the side.
Okay, you have the strength to lift. Let's see, you have a basic lift.
I have a 15.
Lift of 45 pounds. So, assuming that you are dropping your weapon and grabbing with your 2 hands, you start to lift this monstrous stone man over your head like a wrestler in a ring. So you're going over the ledge of the stone, I presume?
Yeah, I'm gonna, with him holding him up over top of my head, I just start stomping over towards the edge. I just go, and throw him off the edge.
And you drop him.
How much falling damage is that?
I'm just standing over the edge with my hands up over my head, just like I'm back in the arena, and just... You can just hear my hissing and growling echoing through the whole valley.
Saditi, you can see...
Yeah, I would hear this. I would turn my head and look up.
The unconscious stoneman disappear in the sandstorm as he fall down. And the sandstorm, you see, diminish in intensity, and you see the battle scene like you saw in your vision. But this time it's different. You see the Minari win instead of being butchered like animals. You see a wing battle. The battle is almost done. And you can see this poor fella fall and fall and fall, and then crack! Fall into a rock. His back broken. This guy will never speak again.
So I walk over to Akeem and I'm like, that was... I give him a pat, just a gentle pat. That was all right.
As soon as you pat him, he just like leaps around. He has this feral look in his eye. You just see his nictating membranes over his eyes just blink, and it's just like takes him a second to recognize you. He's just filled with battle fury. Then he gains control of himself.
She's just like
Battle rage.
she doesn't want to die if she moves. So, good job, my friend.
As did you with your bolo. It was much appreciated.
She just nods, and
You lost a bowler. You must erase it from
oh
the
shit.
game.
Compensated.
Don't worry about it. This is nothing. It was
Still
worth it.
accompanied at the Merry Company of the Desert of the Hills of Anoren for full reimbursement.
How is Merrick? Can anybody actually see where Merrick is?
Merrick is fighting with the Minaris, and honestly, if you're looking for him, you can easily see him when you see a Minari receive a kick in the face and being knocked back 2 full yards, and you see Merrick giving some of his best fighting in some years, and you can see him gesturing towards you to come flying in this direction. He want you to come to see him.
But is okay. Can I? I was gonna see if I could check my friend who's on the ground next to me.
That would be nice. Because I'm probably scratched up and bleeding by now. And just
yeah, given that it's kind of a part of my oath to help those in need, I'm gonna try to do some first aid.
That's all right.
Real quick, like if I can. Thought I had Minardi. Is that just human?
Yes, I think.
Oh,
so.
it's all right. It's humanoid. It's fine.
Okay. I have an 11
11.
for 13.
Oh, it's perfect. So, being at the tech level 3, the medical science is not so much of a advanced. So, tending the wound and stuff like that does not account for infection and stuff like that. So, you're gonna roll something like a die -3 to restore him some hit points, but of course he will need to rest and heal naturally.
Okay. So a die -3.
Yeah, dice -3, a minimum 1.
Okay, so I got a 4, which means 1 hit point.
I lost 1 hit point, so
Yeah, that's a 1 point.
it's fine.
And that brings him to your full health.
Yeah, that was my full health. So.
That's good.
Good, thank you. I thank her.
I don't really talk very much. I just really focus on concentrating on the wounds.
I'm still like huffing, like because I'm still exhausted, but I'm not in as much pain.
You're a wee bit farther than just simple exhaustion. So since you're in negative fatigue point, I must warn you that any active action involving a skill roll or anything like that, you will have to roll HT each turn to stay conscious. Otherwise, you will just fall flat. And
right. Okay. That makes sense.
You can move around. You can be quiet. You can do mental tasks. But if you cast a spell, if you attack, if you defend, you have the risk to lose consciousness.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yours. But it's such a victory for you. Such a victory.
I'm going to reach into my bag and pull out some of my bandages. I'm going to start trying to use the first aid on myself, on my wound.
Okay, roll it. Roll your first aid.
See, my first aid is 11. Let's see, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
9. That's good. So roll the same thing. A die -3.
I rolled a 4. -3 is 1.
All right. So as you bandage your chest, you realize how deep the cut was, and you will probably have this scar for the rest of your life.
Another scar to add to my collection.
Yeah, and this one is a major one. It's your biggest.
Will that
Don't you
make
mean
me
a
even more
scar?
unseemly? I'm already unattractive in appearance, so that made me even more unattractive.
Yeah, one more. That's all right. All right. You start to hear cries and shout of victory as the Minari has taken down a big total of 6 guys. It's a big victory. But one of them is not so much light at heart. You can see Merrick just gesturing in your direction. Is Ado and Hefmira. You can see him waving at you. You have something to say.
I just sort of climb with as much strength as I have, to sort of climb on top of my horse and then try and slowly work my way over there.
All right. You do it slowly, and then you start riding towards Merrick. The horse doing all the works for you.
Mm-hmm.
I fly.
And you fly.
Full speed.
So in a flash, you are next to Merrick, and Merrick looked very deeply disturbed, and he points in a direction, and he say, "These guys are not alone. I can feel in the ground the footstep of their mount coming this way. This fight is not over. What I want you to do is go inside that rock, find this Grey Wanderer, and I want his head. We will stay outside and push these men. We will repel them, prevent them to enter the stone head. Go! There's no time!"
Says that, and the horse like slowly just treads toward the rock. He's like,
I'm just like,
And for you, my friend, this will be a hiding place. Do what you can to survive.
being aware, I ask Medic, is there at least one man that we could take with us?
I know 2 of them, right atop the statue over there. They will join you. Please do this for me.
Right.
I want this Grey Wanderer to be done once and for all, but I cannot do it. I must protect the men that we have brought here. I must charge into battle and give you time to deal with this sorcerer. Do it for me.
When I see the gathering of people down there after I've been bandaging myself up, I slowly start to make it back over to the place where I climbed up, and I start climbing my way back down.
The rock is a smooth surface, so climbing down at one point you can just let yourself slide to the ground, and you're quickly among the Minari and a few steps.
It's okay, I got some heels, but I don't know about
slide.
So Sadithi is also going to slide down there, and when she's about 10 yards from the ground, she's going to jump off and do like a flip, and then land.
Yeah, show them. How agile is a Tindar?
So as I'm walking over to the collection of them, I'm looking at the crumpled ruins of the stone man, just glaring at it.
They
I
are
just-
so proud to see you.
And they see
Warrior!
my gigantic gash down my chest with all my bandages on it.
Now you know that they are blood brothers to you, these guys. You have bled together, you have fought some enemies.
What is the next action?
Merrick has his grave look on his face, the serious look on his face, and he said, Agim, I need you to do a favor for me. I need you to accompany the girls inside the stone head. I must lead the man to give you time to do our mission.
I will do.
I look over at Ephemera and says,
She does not look well. This one.
You will have to protect her or hide her, please. She might be of help, but not so much. I can feel in the ground they are coming. They are. At least I must leave you now and give you time. Go, my friend, go! Find this Grey Wanderer once and for all.
I will bring his head or not return.
If he could, he would have kissed you on the cheek. So you see Merrick running towards the Minari, and now he is shouting orders and bringing them back to orders, and now he speaks the situation and expose the danger, the incoming danger, and you see them start running in formation, and they are going to go the other side of the valley to block an incoming small group of enemies. And you see Merrick one last time looking back at you, nodding with his head, and you understand silently that your boss wants you to go with the mission without him.
I turn to the others and say,
How do we fight this dark sorcerer? What should we do?
I just sort of reflect for a moment. And I remember you said that when I was fighting against this will, there was something that I felt that I could not speak, but something that I understood. And as I'm kind of moving towards this, I would reflect on that, because I can't do much more than think, and I can barely stand on my own 2 feet.
Saditi.
Yes.
Suddenly, time and space have no meaning. Suddenly, you are in a quiet place with your grandfather next to you, and he speaks to you very vividly in a caring voice, the voice of a loving grandfather. And he say to you, "My little girl, I foresee that one day you will do something incredible. You will do one very thing in your life at a great and dire moment. And the future of this old kingdom will be played in that one moment. This moment, my child, has arrived. You will have to choose between good and evil. Be very wary of the implication unforeseen by your by your immature mind of things to come, for it is very difficult sometimes to differentiate between good and evil. And now you return back to yourself in the moment present. Not sure about this vision you just had. Was it the past? Was it the future? Grandfather is dead. You have suddenly a feeling that something very important will happen next, and you will be part of it with your friends. And the future of an empire might be at stakes. So, as Merrick and his jolly good companion are charging into battles, you four are standing next to the neck of the stone figure, and you see an opening with some stairs in it. I suppose you would like to go inside?
No, we're just going to turn around and leave.
Pretty much, yeah.
That's
Just
one
go
way to
fly
do
off.
it. That's
We
one
got
way to
wounds
do
to
it.
tend
There
to.
will be implication. The empire will
You know, considering my oath, I actually probably see this as my one opportunity to do something of worth. So I actually start walking down.
For Agim, this is his first chance to fight for something other than other people's amusement. It's his chance to fight for a cause, for something that's important. So this is something. This is one of the most important moments of his life up to this point. So he just strides towards the entrance.
I just want to get this over with.
Yeah. So you guys are climbing a path of stairs made out of stones, and the stones beneath your feet seems to be more freshly made than the rest of the statue. It was quickly carved into the stone, with not the same skill in stonecraft. It was quickly done. But as you climb the stairs inside, you understand that the rooms inside the heads are upside down. The statue being not in the position it was originally. So the carvings are just made inside in some improvisational manner to arrange space in a comprehensible way and practical way. So you understand that you have rooms with floors like this and ceilings with angles, but there have been carving to make some stuff flat for you to walk on. So you climb this stairs for at least 20 yards, and you enter a group of rooms that seems to be an apartment. You see some bunks where probably the stone men outside were sleeping at night. And you see a big living room. And inside this living room, you see, I'm going to show instead of just saying it. That would be boring, eh? So there is a fire in some some attic, and very much what you expected from the Grey Wanderer, except for the young girl eating with him. A young girl that is looking at you wide eyes and who says, "Grandpa, who are these men? What do they want?" And the old guy just turns around calmly and says, "Don't worry, my granddaughter. I will have a word with these men. Don't worry. Everything will be fine." So the little girl, really shaken off by your presence, by your monster companion. Even the wings of Izado makes her scared a little bit. What is this creature with wings? And the other one with claws and fangs and a tail. Oh, and this other girl who looked completely... Is she alive? She looked like a zombie. So this old man stands on his feet with this little girl on his side, and he looks straight into your eyes. And Saditi, you know in your heart that this man is the Grey Wanderer. You have seen those eyes before. And if Mira, you too, in your vision while casting unsuccessful predict weather spell, you also saw that face. So he looks at you and says, "Are you here to kill me by any chance?"
Out of curiosity, would the will thing earlier, like the Battle of Will Wizards thing, come into play now for him?
Yeah. Because I'm just sort of looking at him.
Yes. All right. You are correct. I had some information for Ephemera. Ephemera, when you fought your counter sandstorm with Iz, you realized something very interesting about the Grey Wanderer, something you just figure out now. You have the same level of power as him. You are as strong as this guy. So even in your condition right now, if you could do one more spell, you could be able to vanquish him at great price, but you could do it. That would be a one last ditch thing, like poof, and you would instantly drop unconscious. But you are young and he's old. Your chances of recovering from that is greater than him. So you see, there's still hope.
I actually want to look at him, and I have intimidation.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to look him straight in the eye and say, "I have seen it. I am strong. With the spirit of the wind, the sand, they will guide me, and they will bring you to your downfall." And
So
I
we're
stare
going
at
to
him.
roll a contest. You will roll intimidation. I'm going to roll a will to see
Ooh.
has an effect on me.
I got an 8
An 8 on...
on
Try to
13.
look for the difference between your
13.
skill and... On 13,
That would
so
be...
5. Okay, and... Wanderer rolled a 12 on 15, so that's a 3. So you win by 2. So you can see actually the old man looking at you straight and be like a little bit shocked by your words. And the little girl besides him start to cry.
So about this time, I hate to tell you this, but I critically failed my impulsiveness roll.
Okay.
And so I rush ahead and try and grab the girl and comfort her.
Like in a maternal way, like
Yeah, like an older sister.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna roll. Okay, man. You grab her, and she look at you, and you look at the Grey Wanderer, and she hug you, man. She hug you, and she and she cry in your ears. Don't let these men kill my grandfather, please, please.
I promise I won't let them hurt you. They are nice people. They will help you.
And then she proceed to mumble incomprehensibly in your shoulders, and you see her crying like crazy. And the Grey Wanderer look at you and do a little move like this, like, take my granddaughter away, please. Take her away, please, for her safety.
Okay. So yeah, she gets what you're saying, and she backs away into a corner of the cave or wherever, farther away.
Yeah, and the whole discussion was nonverbal. It's like you understood suddenly. So, I guess my time has arrived, young lady.
I'm just locking eyes with him.
How do you want to do this?
What exactly would be an appropriate response? I'm not sure.
It's up to you, my friend.
That's a good point. I'm thinking I would say that I want to fight him on even ground, in a sense where I don't want anybody else to get hurt. And if it comes to like you are not to involve these other people, I will fight you myself. And I step forward.
And you see, wait. Since you're intimidating him, you say, wait. You can barely stand. This is not even ground. You have strong control over magic, but you're still young. There is things about magic that you don't understand.
And the way I'm sort of walking, I have my stick, and I'm using it like a cane almost to move.
Yeah, and he looked petrified too. He looked intimidated by you. You see, the imagery of you, weak, coming at him is really reinforced by your companion behind you, like the bleeding lizard man and the pious winged woman that is strangely disturbing just by her presence, like if the gods were watching or something. Listen to me, young one. I don't know how to end this.
Do not listen to his evil words. Fight the righteous war. This contest against evil.
There is a small window on the side, and you start all, or you you all start to hear sounds of battle outside. You hear definitely steel clashing, and now your friends, your Minari friends, are getting the change for their pieces. You don't know what's going on, but it's fierce, and you hear men dying.
In this, we must join the battle.
Idazo draws her. She has quick draw.
Yeah.
So she pulls out, because she's had this bow this entire time, but because of her pacifism, she's been reluctant to use any kind of weaponry really this entire time. But finally, seeing the guy right there, and the fact that the granddaughter's out of the way, she pulls out the bow and loads an arrow as quick as she can, and then takes aim.
All right. Roll me your fast draw arrow.
Fast draw arrow. Let's see.
Yeah, you have just one skill. Roll that one. That will be fine.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Yo, yeah. At least I thought I had fast draw. Maybe I don't.
Yeah, you have it. You have fast draw, arrow, 13.
Okay.
I'm really overconfident, actually.
I got 7.
7. Okay, it's a one swift, elegant move, and you have an arrow in your hand and the bow, and you're aiming at the guy. And basically, this is a free action, so your round is aiming. So if something's going wrong, he's in deep shit.
Because I get a +2 next time, right?
Yeah. The accuracy of your bow is... you're probably right.
I thought I was trying to do the take aim action. That's why I thought.
Accuracy, short bow, accuracy. It's 1. +1.
I thought I was
have a
trying
short
to take the take aim. Oh, my entire thing was drawing, not taking aim. Gotcha.
Okay, you wanted to just shoot?
No. I was trying to take aim, like concentrate.
Okay,
What's the
so
name of the
next round,
Mhm.
if you decide to shoot, you will have +1, and
Okay.
then you will start to have more bonus for each turn you continue to aim
Gotcha.
to a maximum of +3.
All right.
So,
And,
what are you doing?
Go ahead.
I'm talking to the others. What are you doing?
I'm really overconfident. So even though I'm about to fall over, I'm pretty much just standing there with my staff, as like holding it with both hands, like barely able to hold myself up. But I'm still looking at him directly in the eyes, like I have this intent, like a strong intent. But I'm not really sure if I want to kill him or harm him or what. But I have this thing. I'm just locking eyes with him and watching him. I'm watching him is what I'm doing. If he moves, that's when I'm going to, if I had to take an action, I would be waiting.
Waiting and think what would be your program response to that?
If he starts to cast anything that I can notice, then I want to work against him as much as I can, so that they can get a clear shot on him.
And what powers or spell would you like to use in such a case? Just
Okay.
Just to call in advance.
Let me see. What would I predict him doing?
Everything. It's a chance. It's odds. Because if you wait and he does something, you will have no time to. So you have to program yourself, and you will do this if he moves.
Okay, then I'll think about it like this. Then, if he moves, then I'm going to. I have that sand jet. I'm probably going to try to blind him instead.
Sand jet, perfect.
That'll be my
There's
move.
plenty of sand everywhere.
So if he tries to move, then I'm going to blast him and try to blind him with that.
All right. So Saditi, maybe?
So, remembering the words of her grandfather about good and evil, she tries to block the way between you guys, and she's like, "Stop! Stop! We must not kill him."
And in contrast, somebody dies outside. Ah, cling, cling, cling.
She
And,
tries to persuade Merrick that we don't need to kill him, that we can take him alive.
yeah, that's sure one possibility. Surely the queen would be delighted to have this man in front of her. Yeah, that's for sure. What would Agim do?
Agim he's kind of, because he's not going to attack first. That's just his code. He will not attack first. But also, if Mira stated the terms, she didn't want him to involve anyone else, so he took that as he didn't want anyone else to get involved. So he's looking at this as a one-on-one contest, so he's just standing on the edge, kind of watching the whole situation.
Okay. So no wait like Mira. No program response to. No, he's pretty. He's an honorable guy.
Yeah, he's respecting this duel, this one-on-one contest.
Oh, okay, I get it. Man, he's an honorable Voran. That's priceless. Okay, so here's what's happening. The Grey Wanderer quickly tried to do something stupid. And of course, as he does that, Mira was already prepared for something like that.
Mm.
So the magical words, are just in her mouth. Get it to get out. And the Grey Wanderer does this thing. He takes out a mask out of his robe, and he tries to put it on his face. A mask made out of it's like earth, porcelain, or like earth that you cook in a oven. I don't know the words.
Pottery.
Like terracotta or something like that.
Terracotta. Okay.
Yeah, it's a mask made out of terracotta, and he's trying as fast as he can to put it in his face.
Yeah, and I'm gonna blast sand in his face.
Yeah.
So basically, what I'm doing is as my action to cast it, is just move my staff from where I'm holding it. I'm holding myself up, and I just sort of shove it toward, like I move it and I shove it towards him.
That's grandiose.
So I'm
That's
like,
cool, man. Okay, so roll me an activation just
alright.
to see if it's possible, if the magic will go, because of that wild magics.
Oh. 8 plus 5 is probably not good enough. That is 13.
13. Okay, you needed an 11 or less.
Yeah.
So you move and nothing goes on.
And I also have to make the health roll, right?
Yes, because you try to cast. Oh God.
7, 9.
9, it's good. You manage to stay standing using your staff as a crouch, or. But you're so tired.
And I fail the spell, so I hold out my staff, and then I almost fall over, and I hold on, but I'm still and I can't do much, I'm just standing there, well, not standing, I'm hunched over almost.
We cannot blame you for trying. You're at the edge of your journey. We cannot blame you for that. But the Grey Wanderer managed to place the mask on his face, and you can see the mask stick to his face. And suddenly, the guy just grew. He gained at least 1 foot in height, and you can now see his muscles getting bigger. And now he's becoming confident. And the voice that is getting out of his mask is not the voice of a man. It's more the voice of an entity. Ah, you failed again, you old fool! You finally released me again! Now, what we have here, 4 little creatures, 5 with the kid. Let's begin! He turned around and he tried to grab his staff, but that will be his next action. He will ready his weapon, his next action. So that gives you a whole turn to act. So Izado, you're the fastest among everybody. So you're first.
So at this point, she's been dying to yell out a question to him. Would that take up my turn?
Speaking generally does not take action, so you could continue your aim, ask your question, and depending on the situation, you could even shoot.
Okay. She just wanted to shout out a quick question. Like, this is the loudest she's ever talked, most likely, in a long time. You can hear, like, the scratchiness in her voice, like, zooming it. Why would you, like, you can't even, like, it can barely come out, but you hear the words very slowly. Why would you kill innocent people? Come out, yelled straight at him.
You have this little pause, you know? He turned to grab his staff, and you have a pause to answer your question. You see a little bit of curiosity in him. So he turns around and says, "Why kill innocent people? But for the glory of the Sevari dynasty, of course. The stone men of the old will return and take their rightful place."
If it's possible, I fire the arrow.
Throne. What you said?
Oh, sorry. I think it like the internet lagged there for a minute.
Yeah. There was a hiccup.
I'd fire the arrow as soon as I heard the word "for the glory of Silvery Empire."
All
Those
right.
words just fire away. I was
Roll the
just
arrow.
like, screw it.
Pretty sure now. You're pretty sure now it's the good thing to do.
Yes, absolute pacifism is no longer applying at this moment.
Yep.
So I get a +1, right? Or because it was just for one round?
Yes, +1. Yeah, because you aim for 1/3.
Got a 14 for a.
Is it okay with your skill?
Let me see.
Your skill +1, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Bo, you have a 12 plus 1, 13.
Oh, dang.
So it's a miss?
Mm-hmm. Because I failed by 1.
Yeah. Failing by 1 sometimes, yeah, but not in this case. So I would say your arrow will end up in the chair next to him, just 1 inches from his head. So the arrow just fly by and go straight into the chair. Next person to act is Saditi.
Okay, so if you have fast draw, does it ready it in the same maneuver, and then you can also do something with it? Or okay.
Yes, it's instantly.
So I'm gonna
don't
ready.
fail that one.
What's that?
Don't crit fail a fast draw. It's bad.
Oh, that's right. You have to roll for it, huh?
Yeah.
It's not automatic. I'm gonna fast draw my whip.
Yeah.
So let me roll for that real quick. I have it at a 13. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I barely got it. I rolled a 13. Believe it or
That's
not,
good.
I did.
So
I did roll a
you
13.
unwrap the thing, maybe casting aside the little girl to protect her, and
Yeah,
then you have
I already
the
put her down before I came and tried to
Yeah.
persuade them. So I'm gonna try and whip that guy's staff. I'm gonna try and like lash his staff and pull it.
Oh, that's cool. So the staff is the height of a man, so you don't have any penalty to do that. Just roll your
Just roll my skill.
whip skill, and the staff cannot dodge. So haha.
Audio.
Yeah, another hiccup.
You muted
Yeah,
yourself.
after the 3 hour mark, hang out sometimes I have hiccups. So Jason, what was that?
He's gonna reboot, I guess, or restart.
Yeah.
Dramatic tension.
One thing I could mention about Saditi, she have luck as an advantage. So if he missed his roll, he could do it. He could re-roll two other dice roll and take the better.
That's good.
Okay, sorry.
And he specifically asked me to buy it for once per session. So
Sorry, I'm back. I'm back. Here I am.
we were talking about your luck advantage.
Yes. So that just gives me a re-roll, right?
You have 2 re-rolls, and you basically take the best out of 3 rolls. So you miss the first one, you roll two other dice roll.
Okay, great. The second one is a 15, so that's not any better. So let's
That's
hope
not
this
good.
third one.
I will suppose the first one was missed.
Yeah, the first one was a miss, and I got a 10, so I got it.
Yay! So you whip the staff and you bring it back to you like in one swift motion, and you catch it with your other hands, and now he is staffless.
Nice.
Okay, now it's Efmira.
Okay. Now, he put on this mask, right? This,
Yep, that's what he did.
okay. So,
Yeah.
would I be able to, like, because I collect talismans and trinkets, does this seem like some sort of talisman or artifact or something? Because he clearly became more powerful
Yes,
when he...
you used your sense of magic, your gift of magic, to get an impression of this object, and the impression that you got is not a good one. This is not a trinket. This mask may be the whole reason he's doing this.
Right. Okay.
Because he's not speaking in the same way, it's not the same voice, it's not even the same body.
No. That's a
So-
good point.
It's like an artifact or some kind.
Okay.
And
I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, you have this sensation in your bones. Like this is an old artifact.
Alright. I wonder if that's possible. Could I... Because we're inside of a stone, right?
Yeah.
Could I, like... Oh, that only works on Earth, not stone.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about this. I could do that, but that would take too long. I could create Earth, but I think what I'll do instead is I might as well just try and, because I can't blind him if he has a mask on. So I might just like try to hide somewhere, like get out of the way, because
Okay.
now that I've seen him grow, and I'm actually a bit kind of intimidated.
Do you want?
I'm not-
Would you like to do the R2D2 and C3PO routine of walking slowly out of the way,
I'm gonna
or
sort of.
do you want to try to run?
Well, actually, I have overconfidence, so what I'm going to do
Oh.
is roll that, and either I think I can take this, or I don't think I can.
Excellent.
So I'm going to give it a shot.
All right.
And I got a 9. Over.
9. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. You could be smart about it.
So I'm going to, in that case, I'm going to try and back, sort of, and like defend myself, because I know that I'm not really in a position to fight him now.
And you're going slowly, and okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's all right. So you don't have to roll anything for your health.
Yeah,
just to stay
exactly.
awake. Yeah.
I'm just trying
Because
to.
a dash would have been
No,
a
I'm
trial.
not moving quickly, but I'm trying to get some distance.
All right. A game.
As soon as
I'm trying to do something, my friend.
I hear him say Severian Empire,
That was the trigger for all of us. That was it.
this rage in my eyes,
Rage.
open wide, start hissing, and I just like tense my muscles up, and my complete abhorrence of the Severian Empire overcomes my do not attack first quirk, and I just charge at him and do an all-out attack. Try to hit him in the mask.
Nice.
My God. So in all-out attack, you have two choices, basically. You can take 2 attacks, or you can do 1 at +4.
I'm gonna do 1 at +4.
Oh, Jesus. I hope for him that he will dodge, but
I'm trying to
otherwise...
get out of his way. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So I
Just past you.
raise my mace up over my head and charge straight at him, hissing and growling, and I swing right, trying to hit him right in the face in that mask.
Perfect.
All right.
I
I'll let you roll.
rolled an 8.
8. That's excellent. So let's see if he's dodging. He will try to dodge. And that's a fail by 1. So he's taking it.
Oh, damn.
Roll for damage, please.
Okay, so that's 2d6 plus 4.
Yep.
So that's an 8 plus 4, so that's a 12.
12. Well, that's bad.
His face explodes.
That's a major wound right there. Okay, I'm gonna roll his HT to see how he is doing with this major wound in his chest. So basically, he falls on the ground and he's stunned. So that will leave you guy another round to beat his ass. He's down.
Okay, I'm right there. Can I do something to it?
I mean, 12 points of damage is like it's like the damage of a shotgun or something. So the guy is on the ground and he's reeling.
So I just jump and I land straight on him. I just like dig my claws onto the mask and try to rip it off, and at the same time I'm biting into his shoulder, and I'm just trying to rip that mask off if there's anything left of it.
So normally it would be his turn, but he's stunned and he cannot do anything. So we're going back to Izado.
Well, that was interesting. That was a change of events. Izado just at the sound of that, just wanting to be rid of that thing that gave that horrible answer, spends her round walking and loading another arrow and going as close as she can without being in the way of Seam.
Okay.
Aiming for his face. like as point blank as she could possibly get.
Okay. So, I think the combat is pretty much done when, at some point, Agim just ripped the mask off with some flesh a little bit, and now you have a confused old man bleeding, and you see the blood like really flowing and splashing all over, and you have this shocked look on his face, and now you point him an arrow in the face, and you have Agim who is ready to rip his heart off. So yeah, the fight is over, but what do you want to do? How do you want to conclude this?
Let me see. I would try to probably take the mask, is what I would try to do.
Okay, it's super
Not
easy.
put it on, but just,
Yeah, take it.
Yeah. And I would look down at the Grey Wanderer.
You take the mask in your hand, and a simple contact with your skin tells you that it's not okay to even touch the thing.
Does
You
it
would need to
seem...
put it in a bag or unroll it in some cloth or something.
Yeah, I was going to like make some kind of earth like encasement if I could, out of magic, if I could like shape, because I have like shape earth. If I could like make some kind of...
I would see that working very well, but maybe later.
Later, yeah.
Yeah.
But I would probably do something like that because I don't have a bag on me or anything.
That's okay.
And I would look down at him, and I would ask him what it is, if he can speak. What is this?
He looks straight into the eyes of Zizado and he says, "Do it. Do it. I cannot live like this anymore. Do it. Please."
Izado looks at him and says, "You're gonna have to live with your mistakes, though I have to live with mine." And she doesn't put down the arrow. She unloads it.
Tears start flowing from his eyes as years and years of abuse of this mystical power unfold. Tons of memories in front of his eyes. He did so many bad things because of this mask. And he's so confused right now.
So is Agim. He's kind of confused. He's looking down at the old man, then he looks up at everyone else, trying to figure out what's happening. He's not the brightest bulb in the pack, so he's not exactly sure what's happening.
What I say is, I do not know what this is, but it is bad. Very bad.
So you hear, all you guys, you hear something coming from the stairs, like footsteps of somebody very athletic and quick. And you turn around to see Merrick coming to the room, and he is all red of the blood of his enemies. And there is Minaris with him. And they have a look on their face that it is over. They won. But many men have died.
How many do I see?
Just in the stair, there are a couple. But you sense there is other outside who are waiting for treatment and help.
I tell Merrick to bring me something I can hold. I hold this up and I say, I need to put this away. Find me something to hold this in. Quickly.
He gives you his cloak.
I sort of wrap cloak and I kind of I make a knot. I sort of tie it and I wrap.
He look at the old man and he says, "Is this him?"
I nod.
Then he look at the little girl and he says, "Okay, let's bring him in front of the justice. See
Yeah.
how it goes for him. I am very proud of each and every one of you. I'm very proud." So the camera would do a zoom out on the situation, leaving you there, and I would cut to a glorious day in Karali, the capital of the Anoren, the Stone Kingdom.
Mm.
And you are now several months later in your best accoutrement in front of the Queen. And Merrick does his best. He's not the storyteller type, but he does his best to recount or retell everything you have done. And she nod and she smile. And then she clap in her hand. And you see guys preceded by this old Voran lady merchant. "Sirsa, so you have done good, my little friend." And she wink at you, Hagim. "I'm proud of you." And you receive, and each and every one, two things. You receive a large bag filled with coins, 1,000 silver coins, yours to spend on whatever you fancy. And the second thing, the Queen gives you something more intangible, but maybe more powerful and long-lasting.
Mm.
She gives you the title Defenders of Anoren, and that gives your character basically a status of one. You've become something in life, having did this great and good thing for the country. What would be your parting words, or what would be your last scene for your character? Let's start with Agim.
Agim's intention with the silver was to actually go back to the pits where he was enslaved, and he wants to try to buy the freedom of, see if he's still alive, but buy the freedom of the old gladiator who trained him and kept him alive until he was capable of fighting.
I'm gonna cry, man. That's so beautiful.
With his face war camel Harad.
Yeah. Maybe ending his life in a Menari tribe somewhere. Some friends. Saditi.
She's going to try and find somebody to take care of the little girl that lost her grandfather.
Yeah. Will she carry on adventuring after that?
She probably will, yes. So
Yeah, she's that type. She must go.
yeah,
Wherever her impulses take her.
that's right. Very much so.
Izado?
Izado? Izado, try to keep in touch with what happened with the girl.
Also.
Yes, but Izado having like a new course on life, experiencing someone else the same amount of regret and having to deal with the consequences like she did, she ends up taking the money and traveling down to the most southern parts of Anoren and opening her own sect. New
Okay.
sect, if she can. And their new teaching
cool.
about redemption.
She's a new teacher.
She's a new teacher.
Oh, that's fantastic. I will add her to my setting, that's for sure. And Hefmira.
What I will do is I will tell Merrick, like, if we have another moment together, I will tell him
Yeah.
that man he was a powerful user of magic, almost as powerful as I am. But, and I sort of hold up this mask covered in his cloak, and I say, this is much worse than he. I can feel it in my skin, in my bones, that there is something wrong with this, and I will not rest until I can find the answers. And basically, I stay. I either go back. I probably am going to stay in the capital and try and work with other people who are experienced with this, gather some resources, try and spend as much time as I have to, whether it be for good or ill, whether it lead me down a road of darkness or not, studying this evil mask. Not sure if it'll be for my benefit or if it'll just lead me down a darker road, but I'm prepared to walk either path.
That's fantastic. I'm gonna call it. You guys were fantastic player. Thank you so much for playing this stupid little game of mine.
Oh, it was awesome. It was fun.
Thank you for hosting it.
Yeah.
But seriously, if you want to play GURPS, for those who are watching, go online. There is a free version of GURPS called GURPS Lite, and give it a try. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
See you next
That was
time.
great.
Thanks.
Bye.
That's all, folks.
All
Sign off now.
right.
That's all, folks.